Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Witherspoon, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the speakers please rise for the invocation given by Senator Hillman Frazier, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Bart Williams. Senator Frazier.
Thank you, Governor, and good morning. 1 Peter 3:12 says, "For the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their prayers." When I was a child, my parents taught me how to pray. They showed me how I should hold my hands together, close my eyes, and get on my knees and pray to God. Just have a talk with them. But if you look at your hand, you will find 5 fingers, and that represents the 5 fingers of prayer. Your thumb is the nearest to you. You should begin your prayers by praying for those close to you. They are the ones easiest to remember, your family members, your loved ones. Like C.S. Lewis said, that's your sweet duty to pray for them. Your next finger is your pointing finger. Pray for those who teach, instruct, and heal. This includes teachers, doctors, ministers. They need support and wisdom in pointing others in the right direction. Keep them in your prayers. The next finger is the tallest finger. It reminds us of our leaders. Pray for the president, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the speaker, leaders in business and industry, and administrators. These people shape our nation and guide public opinion. The 4th finger is the ring finger. Surprisingly to many, this is the weakest finger of all. As one piano teacher pointed out, it should remind us to pray for those who are weak, in trouble, or in pain. They should pray for them day and night. You can't forget about them because you can't pray for them too much. And lastly comes the little finger, the smallest finger of all, which is we should all place ourselves in relation to God and others. The Bible says, "The least shall be the greatest among you." Your pinky finger should remind you to pray for yourself. By the time you have prayed for other groups, your own needs will be put in proper perspective, and you will be able to pray for yourself more effectively. You should find it hard to sleep at night. If you find it hard to sleep at night, just remember those who have no bed, those who are homeless. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we pray this morning for our families, the ones who are close to us, support us in our time of needs. Continue to be with them and protect them as we're away doing your will. Next, we pray for our teachers who taught us, our preachers, our doctors, our teachers who serve us. We pray a special blessing on them. We also pray for our President Biden, Governor Tate Reeves, Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holtzman, and Speaker Gunn. Give them the strength and courage they need to be effective leaders in guiding our nation in the right direction. We also, Father, pray for the sick, the mentally ill and the physically ill, the bereaved. Be with them and comfort them during their time of need. Lastly, Father, I pray for my colleagues in the Mississippi Senate. I thank you for blessing us so abundantly and being with us during this session. Continue to guide and lead us so we can make the right direction that will benefit and honor you. Continue to be with us as we try to make the right decision and do what is proper. As we travel home, Father, to be out with our loved ones this weekend, let us remember the supreme sacrifice you made, that you died on the cross for our sins. But that was not the end of the story. All of they placed you in a tomb and expect you to stay there, but you arose. You arose. And because you rose, we can live. We can live because you rose. We appreciate your sacrifice. Appreciate the opportunity to join you one day to be with your Father in heaven. Be with us and bless us and keep us. These are the blessings we ask in Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Thank you, Senators. Thank you very much, Hillman. Now, the reading of the Journal. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the Journal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions are recognized. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. A. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator Michelle.
Sorry.
Michelle passes. Senator Boyd,
For an introduction,
please proceed.
would y'all help us make welcome over here Dr. Sigurd Morris from Oxford. He is the new director of our internal residency program at Baptist Hospital, and he will be your doctor of the day.
Thank you. Other announcements, other announcements. Senator Hobson, if you can still talk.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce a good friend, somebody that many of us in the legislature know well. He's standing immediately to my right. He is a former state representative and the mayor of my city of Vicksburg. I'm glad to have George Flaggs with us today, and I'd ask you to make him welcome.
Okay. Any other announcements? Any other introductions? I'm sorry. Any other introductions? Okay, we'll go to the calendar. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up items 1 through 8 in block and ask the title, if there's no objection, and ask the title to be read.
1 through 8 in block. Does anyone wish to remove one of the 1 through 8? 1 through 8. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1 through 8 in block. Senator Kirby.
Yeah, please read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 49, commend Laurel High School Lady Tornadoes girls basketball team for first ever state championship. Senate Resolution number 50, commend Hartfield Academy Hawks boys basketball team for winning the MAIS Class 4A state championship. Senate Resolution number 51, congratulate Maddie Grace Morris of Miss Mississippi Teen USA for 2021. Senate Resolution number 52, commend Clinton High School Arrows basketball team for Class 6A state championship. Senate Resolution number 53, commend Clinton Christian Academy girls and boys basketball teams for 2 state championships. Senate Resolution number 54, recognize the 40-year career of the Clarion Ledger Capital correspondent Jimmy Gate. House concurrent Resolution number 60, Adverse Childhood Experiences ACE Trauma Awareness Day recognized June 21st, 2021 as. House concurrent Resolution number 61, New Site Lady Royals basketball team commend for winning the MHSAA Class 2A state basketball championship.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, these are all committing resolutions. We have more, by the way, coming. This is not all of them, but at the present time it is. And they're all committing resolutions, and if there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, the senators request use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Parker.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized for an introduction out of order.
Please proceed, Senator.
If my Senate colleagues would join me, we have a celebrity on the floor today. Former Senator and Appropriation Chair Doug Davis has made the trek here from Washington to join us, so let's make him welcome this morning.
Good to have you home, Doug. Watch out, that guy Cuomo in trouble. Good to have you home, Doug. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, back on the calendar. Local and private. Senator McMahon. Pass. That's items 9, 10, 11, and 12. Next, Chairman Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 13 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill Number 374, Distinctive Motor Vehicle License Tag, authorized issuance to supporters of Mississippi Theater Association, Inc.
Move we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
Pardon me? You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the omnibus tag bill, and I'm going to read you a list of the tags that are included in this one. This bill authorizes the issuance of these distinctive motor tags. Mississippi Theater Association, 82 Strong, Indianola Academy, Humphreys County High School, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Mississippi Shriners and Daughters, Mississippi, the Children's Tumor Foundation, Wildlife Mississippi, Cedar Hill Animal Sanctuary, South Pike School District, Picayune Maroon Tide Touchdown Club, Mississippi Wildlife Federation, Foundation for Moral Law. The bill also authorizes the issuance of distinctive motor vehicle tags bearing the word judiciary to any owner of a motor vehicle who is serving or retired judge of the federal or state court system in the state. It also authorizes the issuance of a distinctive motor vehicle license tag to persons who are honorably discharged veterans who served in the United States Armed Forces in Operation Desert Storm or Operation Desert Shield. And that is a, let's see. It also increases the number of tags that may be issued for Purple Heart recipients. For U.S. veterans rated as having 100% permanent disability. It exempts veterans from motorcycle tags. It also has the flag that replaces Stennis flag, and it reauthorizes tags for Grammy Museum. That is the explanation of the tag bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Senator Michelle, did you have a question?
Yes, please.
You for a question, Senator.
I do.
Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry, I was working on something. Did you mention the Wildlife Mississippi as one of the tag recipients?
It has Mississippi Wildlife Foundation and Wildlife Mississippi, both of those entities.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator has moved the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. We'd like to take a moment and recognize a former member of the House of Representatives, the current mayor of the city of Vicksburg, the Honorable George Flaggs. Ready, Brian? Go ahead. You got the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to redo a bill again?
No, you're good.
Okay. Go to item 14, House Bill 520, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill Number 520, Use Tax, to revise certain provisions regarding funds distributed to.
My motion is we adopt the committee report and be recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that allows for the use tax that goes to counties and cities. It allows them to use that to leverage for projects in their district. This is kind of a new source of revenue for our communities across the state. It is on it's been upped, I think, 4% this year, and it'll be an additional 4% next year. And this will allow them to use these monies to either bond or to go to the bank and get a loan to do projects in their area. And that's an explanation of the report. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I had a question on the previous bill.
Well, it's passed now. Senator.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator McMahon, you're recognized for what purpose?
A friendly question.
Okay, Senator, were you here for a question?
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, so this is allowing the entities to use the money to draw down federal funds? Is that what we're doing?
No, this is a bill, and on line 24 of the bill, it says that that they may use as a pledge to pay all or portion of debt service on debt issued by municipality for such purposes. And then it also has the same language for the counties that they can use the use tax is used
Yes,
on
sir.
infrastructure. So it
Yes,
just
sir.
allows them to go out and get more funds through bonding or a loan at the bank.
Yeah, great legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Further questions? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion, Senator.
A motion is we move for adoption on the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. You recognize Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to skip item 15 and come back and take it up later. We're waiting on, get a list of all the projects that are included in that bill. So I'm going to skip item 15, retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 16 and have the title read.
15, retains place on the calendar. Item 16, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1091, light wine, light spirit product, and beer, authorize microbreweries and revise various sections of law.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill we discussed earlier between the beer distributors and the craft breweries, and brew pubs have come to an agreement to help small brewers and brew pubs after having to deal with the effects of the pandemic. We are allowing, it creates a new beer manufacturing category where microbreweries can produce up to 3,000 barrels annually. There's about 31 gallons in a barrel. A microbrewery can sell 80% of its production through their tap room, while 20% is sold to beer distributors to sell to other beer retailers. It changes what a small craft brewery can sell through their tap room. Currently 10% of production, increases it to 25% of production. It increases the total amounts of beer sold to customers per day from 4.5 gallons to 5.2 gallons. This is the size of about a sixth of a barrel keg. Both microbreweries and small craft breweries can qualify for a retail permit to sell other beer products. Both microbreweries and small craft brewers can qualify for a on-premises retail liquor license to sell liquor and wine by the drink. It increases the alcohol content for light spirit products from 4% alcohol by weight to 6% alcohol by weight. And alcohol, ABW is the alcohol by weight measurement standard. Beer is currently capped at 8% alcohol by weight, and light wine at 5% alcohol by weight. That's what's currently in statute. The compromise with the package stores was to lower the ABW to 6% for light spirit products instead of 6.5%. This is the only change to the bill as originally introduced. So that's kind of an explanation of the conference report. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senators move for adoption by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Norwood. Tate. Jackson. Norwood. I got you. Branning. Chisholm. Fraser. Anyone else? Anyone else? Parker? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call with exceptions noted, Mr. Clerk. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 17, House Bill number 1095, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1095, Department of Revenue authorized to compromise and settle certain tax liabilities.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1095 deals with doubtful claims and allows for Department of Revenue to settle doubtful claims with individuals. A doubtful claim is defined as a tax lien, and so currently there's no statute of limitations on tax liens in Mississippi. This would put us in line with what the IRS does for people who they don't believe they'll ever collect, to settle that and move forward with that taxpayer. And that's an explanation of what 1095 does.
Questions? Questions?
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, please.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
So this bill would basically be more friendly or fair to the taxpayer and more in line with what the IRS does.
That's correct. One of the issues we have, because we can't settle that, taxpayers may have a large lien due at one time, and they never recover from that. So then they look for ways of earning money that won't be reported to DOR, ways to keep some of their money, and this would allow for them to settle that and move forward, since they are unlikely to ever be able to pay the full amount of the lien.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Move adoption using morning roll call. Anyone object to that procedure? You wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, you're recognized. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to House Bill number 18 on the calendar, House Bill 1139, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1139, income, sales, and use taxes. Remove requirement that certain taxpayers pay June tax liability on or before June 25th.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill we talked about where if you have a certain tax liability over a certain dollar threshold, you have to prepay in June instead of normally paying in July. It's about a $159 million hit, and so what we've done, due to the fact that there's enough money in the budget, we can actually take it, we can absorb this fiscal year, so it will push it into July. So we'll have a $159 million, I guess, increase in July that we normally would have been getting in June. So basically, businesses across the state that make their sales tax payments to the state the following month by the 20th will continue to do so for 12 months out of the year. This was a move that had taken place a long time ago when the revenues were looking short, and they got to June and they decided to say, hey, instead of making your sales tax payment, let's make you prepay 75% of it in June so we'd have enough money to make it through the year. Well, that has continued on, and that's a bad practice. If businesses don't get it right, there's a pretty big penalty because it's a large threshold that people would apply for this, so that this applies to. So we're basically absorbing this one time, and it'll be pushed into next fiscal year, and businesses will carry on and continue to do their sales tax estimates to the state in a normal fashion all 12 months out of the year. There's also some language in here that includes a TIF on one of the coast counties that will, it's a location for a Buc-ee's that's going in Harrison County, and the county will put up $12.5 million to help with the infrastructure for traffic, and the 18.5 cents will go back to the county to reimburse for the uptick in the expense to do this. So that is the explanation of the conference report. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senators move for adoption using the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded voting no? Brian? Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? None. One exception, Mr. Clerk. Bill passes. Number 19, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 19, House Bill 1197, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1197, dual phase design bill, method of construction, contracting, revised certain provisions of.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and have recognized Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this does, this was brought to us by community colleges, but the changes were proposed or suggested by DFA. What this allows for is, under circumstances where DFA acknowledges that all of the design and build functions are satisfactory, community colleges will not have to participate in the dual phase program, which is a redundancy of costs. So all this would do is allow for them to reduce cost, move quicker to get things done, and that's an explanation of this bill.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, you're recognized, number 20. Just a second.
I'd like to skip item 20 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 21, Senate Bill number 2874, and have the title read.
20 retains its place on the calendar. 21, Mr. Clerk, read the title.
Senate Bill number 2874, residential and commercial contractors require sales tax permit from Department of Revenue for pulling building permit.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator McMahon to explain the conference report.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. What we have here is just the roofing contractor bill this body passed in the House, and we came to terms with the House that the bill will not apply to any residential roofers or commercial roofers in state. So if your primary business is here in state, then it's not a requirement. But what the conference report does require is that out-of-state vendors do secure a permit for taxation purposes, and so that we know who's doing the work here in the state. If there aren't any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Question, Senator Hill. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, please.
You're here for a question, Senator.
Where do they have to get the permit? From their locality or from the Department of Revenue?
From the Commissioner of the Department of Revenue.
So they have to go to the Department of Revenue and get a special sales tax permit before they can do business in the state of Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am. In the center, the purpose of it is for taxation purposes, because we have a lot of out-of-state contractors that are not paying sales tax. So it's for purposes of tracking the sales tax and equalizing it with our in-state suppliers, in-state companies, and then also that we have a record of who did the work.
Do you realize that if you live on a border with another state, that many of these contractors buy materials across the state line? They don't buy all the materials in Mississippi?
I am aware of that. So I live in an area where we have a good many contractors that come into our region.
So this is going to basically require them to show sales tax for whatever they buy and split it up between what they buy in one state and what they buy in another state, what they may order online for a job. Don't you think this is going to make it much more difficult for somebody that works in two states, especially during what I would consider hurricane season? We need all hands on deck to come and try to help us put back together our communities. Just looks to me like this is extremely burdensome, and it looks to me like it could be more than a sales tax issue. I don't know, maybe it's an interstate commerce issue. Maybe it's not constitutional. I'm beginning to consider some of those things. I think it would be very harmful to my area with so many people moving across state lines back and forth and working. That's just a concern that I have, that they would have to go to the Department of Revenue and get a permit to work in this state.
Well, Senator Hill, you can get it online, but You know, if you're doing the work here in state, you should pay your state taxes. Don't put our domicile companies at a tax disadvantage. That's the purpose of this, is to be sure that the out-of-state companies are paying Mississippi tax, and if they're doing business in the state of Mississippi, they're subject to Mississippi state tax.
Well,
I can also
what
share with you.
what other entities do business in the state of Mississippi that don't have to go through this new permit process?
I can share with you that the Home Builders Association and the Subcontractors Association both support this conference bill.
That doesn't really bother me, what association supports it or not. My concern is when I need work done in my area after a hurricane, and there's going to be people standing up in line for a freaking permit at the Department of Revenue, and we got people with no roofs on their house that we need to get fixed. That's my concern, not what the Contractors Association or home builders or whomever wants. Because they're all going to try to protect their turf, but I'm trying to protect my constituents. That's my concern.
Is that a question?
Yes, that's a question. That's a question. Don't you think it's going to be more difficult for people to get work done in a time of emergency whenever we're requiring this extra burden to go through the Department of Revenue and get a permit?
I do not believe that it's a burden. You can go online and do it. It's not a difficult process.
Thank you.
Further questions on the bill? Further questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
If there aren't any more questions, ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Senators request to pass it on morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Hill. Suber. England. Sojourner. McDaniel. Chisholm. Whaley. Chazanal, Moran, Jordan, McClendon, Boyd, Branning, Thompson, Tate, McCon, Jackson R., Sparks, Barrett, Turner Ford, Blackman, Jackson S. Anyone else? Frazier? Anyone else? One moment, please. Johnson is a no. Johnson, no. Pardon me? Senator Parks present, is that correct? Present. Senator Parks is present. Senator Carter? Present. Blackwell, present. DeBar? No. DeBar, no. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, to the vote.
To the vote.
I vote no.
No. Barnett. Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
To the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
I vote no. Thank
No. Simmons, no. The bill fails. Chairman McMahon, you're recognized. We're on 22s, Chairman.
I call up item 22 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
90, Washington County, extend the repeal date on the Washington County Convention and Visitors Committee and the Tourism Tax.
Motion, we adopt the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
This was Senator Simmons' local and private bill. The House had attempted to make some changes to his local and private, but I got with Senator Simmons, and they put the original bill back in the House. I think Senator Simmons is happy with it, asking you to vote. I move for, and if there are any questions, I ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Senator has moved for use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, I'm sorry. No. Sojourner, no. McDaniel, no. Hill, present. All right. We're on 23, Senator Hobson. Pass. Nope, you're going to pick up. I'll go to 23. Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 109, budget process update various sections relating to.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the transfer bill, and it's got several sections, many of which we've covered before. It deletes some of the old language related to previous transfers, pulls forward various code sections dealing with transfers, and I'll hit some of the new changes. I'm happy to go over the whole thing if you want, but I think a lot of the first 6 sections of the bill deal with deleting old language and cleaning up and bringing forward certain code sections. Starting with section 7 and 8, it includes, and this also is a cleanup for the health insurance payments for the community colleges. That's a $366,133 change that I discussed last night with the community college bill. This also deletes capital expense funds. Last year, you'll remember that we put about $85 million of capital expense funds into Medicaid, and those funds fell out, so we deleted those capital expense funds, and that money reverted back to the capital expense fund this year. This creates the MDA Site Development Grant Fund. I discussed that last night as well. We're going to put $10 million into this site development fund where MDA can go out and have some sites that are shovel-ready for development. This also transfers the funds that were in the Job Training Authority to the capital expense funds. This takes there were a few dollars left over in an education fund that were changed and moved to that fund actually repealed in 2011, but for some reason there was money remaining in that fund, but it was moved over to the capital expense fund. This repeals the MDA Job Training Grant Fund that was not used anymore. This also creates a special fund in the Treasury for the DEQ to receive the AG settlement that I mentioned last night. It's $1 million that was transferred from the AG contingent fund to this DEQ fund for remediation. This allows escalation of 19 special fund budget bills that have been passed for the pay raises for the state employees. It creates 2 different coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. One is for the state dollars that will come in, the other one's for the local dollars. So we'll have the vehicles available so that when we receive the money from the federal government, those will go into those funds. And it also creates the Ross Barnett Reservoir Dredging Fund that I mentioned last night. That's an explanation of the transfer bill. I will yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If not, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to that procedure? Which be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item, ask that we go to item 24 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2062, Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Assistance Program, authorizing additional round for counties and municipalities.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to really thank Mr. Chairman of Appropriations for keeping our rural fire truck program on life support. The Senate passed a really good bill in the Insurance Committee that would provide a very nice funding source for trucks, and we were unable to get that agreed to in the House. So this particular bill that we have before us today would add an additional round in which the counties can apply for rural fire trucks, and also increases the total amount which the counties may receive by $90,000. So I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Be glad to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Williams.
Question, Mr. President.
We yield for questions, Senator. Senator Michelle.
Yes, of course.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, do you know the original amount we passed out of the Senate that we approved?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
Do you know what the original amount we approved in the Senate?
Yes, sir. Our bill was included $6 million for rural fire trucks. It also included $1 million for fire apparatus and equipment grants.
Do you know what the amount that we're talking about now is?
Well, believe it or not, it's subject to funding. So what it does is it pluses up the amount the counties can apply for, assuming the funds are available. So there's not really much additional funds being made available of this.
Was this funded last year?
No, sir. We've gone 2 years without any money in the rural fire truck program, and this will help a little bit. It's a bit of a
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Just want to reiterate that this is just a general bill. There's no funding in it. Our bill that we had in the Insurance Committee was a funding source. It would have taken money from the non-admitted policy fee before that money was diverted to the wind pool and paid for it. And so we've not quite as good a bill as what the Senate wanted, but this is the best we felt we could do. That non-admitted policy fee will be up for repealer to be studied next year, and so maybe we can get another look at it and see if that might be a source that we can rely on for funding. Mr. President, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Question, Senator. You're recognized.
Thank you.
Senator Michelle, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Corbin may have to answer this question, but is there any funding anywhere, and I'm trying to remember, that we passed for rural fire trucks? $2 million. So do you know how much we passed last year?
None. None last year.
No funding last year, so this is an increase in $2 million.
Yes.
Okay. And I assume that everybody knows that these rural fire trucks and these rural fire stations have a significant impact on people's fire rating and their insurance policy, correct?
And could be the difference in a house totally burning to the ground versus getting someone to show up for the fire.
Exactly. And that's why I filed every bill under the sun for a mechanism for funding for rural fire trucks, and this is one of them, but it's just an enabling bill, not a funding bill. But I appreciate your work on this, and we'll just have to work to try to do more next year, like you said. But for the life of me, I don't understand why it's such a battle to fund rural fire trucks. Because I know we had some rural fire trucks in some of these bills yesterday. We had some earmarks for rural fire trucks for certain areas. But yet we got this long list that we can't seem to fund when we go through the regular process, correct?
That's correct. I saw some that were funded in the different appropriations and bonding bills we had yesterday, and those were for select areas. Unfortunately, it's not going to help all 82 of our counties.
No, it's not going to help all 82 of our counties. Wouldn't you agree that if we're going to continue to have our insurance rates tied to these rural fire trucks and fire stations with our fire ratings, that it's a responsibility of us, to our consumers and our voters in the state, to not hamper them and cause them to have to unnecessarily pay higher insurance premiums and risk their house burning down, correct?
Yes, and that fund, that non-admitted policy fee fund, has been used before, so it's proved to be a good source of funds for something related. It's important to know that.
And I live on the coast and I get it, but that was a small amount of money to piddle over, in my opinion. But I appreciate your work on this.
Well, as just to simplify that, over the last 2 years, last year there was about $16.5 million that went into the fund, and this year Commissioner Cheney tells me there'll be a little over $17 million. So out of $34 million that's gone into that fund the last 2 years, we've gotten nothing for rural fire trucks.
Thank you.
Times 3. Other questions? I think Senator Thompson, did you have a question? He's fine. Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Okay, yes, Mr. President, we'll note some adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no? Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 25. 25.
Ask that we go to item 25 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2474, Department of Health allow charges between agencies for services provided under the medical marijuana program.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the pass-through, if you want to call it a pass-through bill for the Department of Health to be able to charge other agencies. This bill is really a result of one of the unintended, or I suppose it was unintended, the consequences of the Initiative 65. Obviously we're going to have the Department of Agriculture and Commerce and the Department of Revenue, just to name two, that are going to have to deal with some of the issues with 65. And if we don't have this vehicle alive, there's going to be no way for them to be able to charge and assess those groups that are dealing with that issue. So this, again, it's a consequence of something that was passed in the initiative, but I think we've got to have some vehicle alive to allow the Department of Health to be able to utilize this and contract with the appropriate state agencies so they can reimburse them from any part of their implementation program and enforcement of the program that the medical marijuana initiative created. So that's what this does. And I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Senator Black, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
This is listed as a general bill, and I notice in the body of it, it refers to transfers. It says fees. And would this not be a 3/5 vote under Joint Rule 18?
One moment, Senator. Okay, Senator, appreciate it. Under Rule 18, the joint bills, 3/5 is required on the levying of taxes, the borrowing of money, the issuing of bonds, notes, or other evidence of indebtedness, fees, or imposing the issuance of licenses, whatever kind or character, and that applies to revenue bills. The particular bill in question allows only for the transfer of funds between two state agencies and does not levy taxes or otherwise. So point of order is not well taken. Please proceed.
If there are other questions or there are questions on the conference report, I will yield, Mr. President.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, you're ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion will be adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Seymour, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, with the one exception, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to item 26 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2834, Mississippi Historic Site Preservation Fund Grant Program established within Department of Archives and History.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that we've already passed concerning the setting up of the grant program at Archives and History. And we have included in the budget to seed that program with $1 million that will allow them to draw down match funds from other private supporters for 3 areas. That includes historic battlefields, Native American sites, civil rights sites in our state. And I would move adoption of the conference report if there are no questions.
Question, Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author.
Unanimous consent, seeing no objection is granted. Anyone else? Senator Jordan, Senator Jackson, R. Butler, anyone else? Simmons, Sampson, Jackson S. Anyone else? Branning? Anyone else? Frazier? Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. All his co-sponsors are added as co-sponsors. Senator Blackman.
I just have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
Since these are conference reports and they have gone through, it's a joint, can you be added as a co-author when we're in the conference status?
One moment, Senator. Senator, the attorneys tell us the bill is before the Senate. That would allow for the names to be added as co-sponsors. All right. Any other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Did we move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call?
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Bill passes. Senator, you're recognized, or are you through?
Mr. President, if I may, one announcement. Senators would Last night, we passed the DFA bill that included many projects that are in your district. And of course, as most of you know, we were working to the last seconds to get that bill concluded. A lot of work between the House and the Senate and a lot of people that were involved in it. Obviously, there were a few mistakes in that, a lot of projects. If any of you have a technical correction that needs to be made on that bill, please see Corbin by 1 o'clock. I think all of you know his office is down by mine, 214. Please see Corbin by 1 o'clock so that we can get the corrections, technical corrections bill ready for this afternoon to be able to take it up. And also, Mr. President, if I may, point of personal privilege.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is the last day that I will be up, hopefully, this afternoon, but I wanted to make sure, since this fellow's in the chamber right now, to recognize Howard Brown. Most of you know Howard, that's worked with the LBO staff for a long time. Howard, if you didn't know, sadly is going to be leaving us soon. He starts work with Jackson State as their chief financial officer here in the next few days. We may try to extend the session, Mr. President, see if we can keep him around a little bit longer, because I'm heartbroken to lose Howard. He was my first analyst that I worked with when I was handling subcommittee duties, and I've not only cherished the work that, and respected greatly the work that he did, not just with me, but for the entire legislature, House and Senate, everybody alike. And he, of course, his career has advanced, and he's become the senior budget officer. I think that's the title, but we're going to be sad to lose him, and I really cherish his friendship more than anything. And I wish y'all would help me in giving Howard a great send-off and wish him well in his new job. Leanne, you got big shoes to fill.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Howard.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you so much for all your years of keeping up with the numbers. All right, we're back on the calendar, and we would go to Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan passes. Judd B. Pass. AET. Pass. Wildlife Fisheries. Senator Whaley, 27, 28, 29, retain their place upon the calendar. Item 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 30, House Bill 382, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 382, chronic wasting disease requirement for testing of white-tailed deer harvested within enclosures.
Move that we adopt the conference report.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. With House Bill 382 dealing with the chronic wasting disease, the conference report, the difference in it from the bill that we passed through the Senate, obviously we removed the reverse repealer. We also inserted language that if chronic wasting disease is detected within an enclosure, the Commission shall not declare the surrounding properties to be within a CWD management zone. We also added that the Commission will work with the owners of the enclosure if there is a case of chronic wasting disease found within the pen to determine a course of action, and that's the basic explanation. Now I'll take any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage by the morning roll call.
Senator moves passage by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Tate? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? None. Bill passes, one exception, Senator Tate. Back on the calendar. 31, Barnett. Pass. 32, Seymour. 31 retains its place on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 32 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 761, State Veterans Affairs Board provides powers and duties relating to the operation of state veterans homes.
I move to adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
Move to adopt the conference report. You're allowed to explain.
In conference, we just gave some clarity to the scholarship program to try to retain nurses with the veterans' homes. We also made stipulation that no state general fund money shall be used for this purpose. We deleted the device and implementation of employee incentive programs. And we also made note to the board that a submittal of an annual report on the sales of Chete property. That's the explanation of the report. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask for passage by the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Judd B? Pass. 33. 34, Barnett? Senator, you're recognized. We're on 34. 33 retains its place on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item number 34 on today's calendar, House Bill 929. Have title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 929, reentry for offenders, bring forward certain sections relating to.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Wiggins be allowed to explain the conference report.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. This bill, Section 1 is the reentry for offenders, which is a bill that has been requested by the, or encouraged by the Department of Corrections, as well as the Criminal Justice Oversight Task Force and their recommendation for legislation. And in short, we've already voted on this and passed it, Section 1, which allows for pilot programs where the court can sentence the offender to the Department of Corrections workforce program, reentry program, to provide them workforce training to allow them to come out and have a skill when they get done. In Section 4 is the hospice bill that we voted on, allowing the Department of Corrections to do the hospice to treat the inmates who are in there. And Section 5 beyond that is the bill that we voted on and passed dealing with the medically fragile or infirm inmates being allowed to be paroled to those facilities with various limitations on that. So working with the House, this was part of the bigger package to address the pending Department of Justice investigation in our corrections. If we can pass this, then we're certainly going on our way towards addressing these things. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
yes,
Senator.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator Wiggins, when this bill was before us, we were trying to be inclusive by including, we were trying to include other districts, other circuit court districts, and I know there was some consideration in committee that were requested, and then on the floor, I'm looking at lines 38 and 39 of the conference report, and I see that Circuit Court District, the 4th Circuit Court District, which covers parts of the Delta, and also the 16th Circuit Court District, if I'm not mistaken, which was a request made by Senator Ford, those circuits have been taken out of the original bill, and they are not included in the conference report. Was that an oversight?
You're correct about that. The House demanded that those be removed because they said they had not heard from, and I've been conferring with the chairman, had not heard from somebody about including those districts. But I would remind you that this is a pilot program, and that if it's successful, which we think it will be, then we can certainly come back and add those districts to it. Also, there's a certain amount of, as you know, funding that has to go, and the more pilots we did, the more funding, and so this way, this will get us off the ground. But
And Senator Wiggins,
right, so the chairman,
I was trying to figure out who did they need to hear from, because Chairman Fillingane actually called a meeting with me and the judge, I forget his name, but he actually talked to my judge, Judge Margaret Carey McCray, and he agreed before we made the amendment on the floor to add the Fourth Circuit. So after that meeting, she thought she was in the bill, and of course we were supportive of her being in the bill. And Chairman Fillingane supported it as well. And so I'm trying to see who needs to talk to whom, because Judge McCray did talk to who she was told to talk to.
well, I think that, one, it would be talking to the Commissioner of Corrections. Number two, the Chairman of Corrections in here in both the House and the Senate, going forward. And the Chairman reminded me that...
and her law clerk, LaShonda Campbell, talked to the Commission.
I'm sorry?
Her law clerk, LaShonda Campbell, did talk to the Commission.
Okay, well, I think we need to continue the conversations over, once we pass this next and come into next year, we can look at doing that. And the chairman reminded me that actually the pilots programs are to see if they could do it without funding, and how they could get that done. And then we can come back and build on this. Remember, this is a new piece of legislation that we're trying to do. And I don't think anybody's trying to prevent any place from doing it. In fact, just like drug courts, once we did some, they spread throughout the state. So in terms of talking, I would say yourself, the esteemed senator, get the commissioner and the chairman in the room, both the House and the Senate, and we can work that for next year.
And my last question is, I think the 15th Circuit was added.
Yes.
Because that wasn't in the original bill. And where is the 15th Circuit?
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay.
That's something that was demanded by the House.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If no further questions, Mr.
We have a couple, sir. Senator Hill, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
First, I have a question.
Yes.
We had a separate bill that would have allowed employees in the prisons to provide hospice care without a license.
I don't recall that. Starting at section 4 is the hospice bill, or the hospice language allowing for the Department of Corrections to do the hospice there. So yes.
But we've added numerous code sections in this conference report that basically stuck a whole other bill inside this conference report that would allow the outside facilities to be able to get up and running and move these inmates into these outside facilities, correct?
So, first of all, what I've been assured by the chairman of corrections in the House is that this will pass. Should there even be a point of order made, it would pass in the House, because that's how they felt that this could best be done. Number two, we already voted on this and passed the facilities that you're talking about, and actually in this language we removed the CON that was required, that was in that language, and actually allowed for the Department of Corrections to be able to contract with those facilities if they so choose. And so there's nothing in here that we hadn't already passed on that. So is it in a compact package? Yes, but it's not changing
I guess
anything.
my question is, if this is to help the Department of Corrections and to help the state financial situation, why was there such strong lobbying involved from outside the, outside the realm of the Department of Corrections? We had private in getting this bill passed. And I have a real concern about lobbyists chasing me down to find out if I support this bill or not. So it looks to me like that there's a paycheck in there for somebody. And my concern is that I want to save the state money. And I want to be able to take care of these inmates. And if we can do it in-house without, supporting economic development with private entities through our corrections budget and our Medicaid budget, that would be my concern, because there's lobbyists chasing me all over the hall wanting this bill. So, that's my big concern. And the fact that we've added all these code sections in a conference report and created a new code section that wasn't in the original bill.
Okay, so first let me address a couple of those things. This is the same language that we already voted, starting in section 5. Okay, and that, as I stood before you when we considered that, was the result of a peer report that was issued that said we as the state of Mississippi overseeing the Department of Corrections needed to create an option for the medically frail inmates, as it would be a reduction of the inmate population, and also there are federal Medicaid funds that would be coming at a 70-30 clip to do that. So this is something that the peer committee had recommended. As far as some lobbyists jumping on board, that goes on all around here. That's not what this was intended for. I don't know what their interpretation of it is. The one part of the lobbyist that I'd heard was about beds, and that's been taken out only because the CON through council and researching it was decided it wasn't needed. So I can assure you that I don't know about lobbyists, and with an eye towards making money, I know why I put the original bill forward, and I know why the folks who I presented this to you earlier, and I have it back there, I'm sorry I didn't bring it up here on my computer, what they're trying to do, which is to address the inmate population. And then as far as the hospice, that is something that the Department of Corrections has wanted to try to treat these folks. We are spending at a minimum of $80 million on medical care of inmates. And so I think that I will submit to you or admit to you that, yes, this was not done, but it was agreed to, but suggested by the House. And they've assured us that this will pass the House. And so we're trying to get these inmates treated and get the federal money that we can use and reduce the inmate, address that, and satisfy the Department of Justice.
Just two more simple questions. I don't claim to know everything about this bill, and that's why I'm asking. Does Medicaid not pay now?
No.
In the Department of Corrections?
For the medical care, it's state dollars. We've been spending $80 million. I know this year, because I handled the corrections bill, the funding, and I asked those questions in the subcommittee hearing, and we're spending at least $80 million of state dollars on that. And that's part of the reason for the peer report was that if we do this, we can do the Medicaid match at a 70-30. And by the way, the Medicaid and the feds have encouraged us to do that. And again, the Department of Justice is storming down our neck, and this will help us to address that.
You just mentioned the Department of Justice storming down our neck. Are you aware that the press release from the Department of Justice says the focus on whether the Mississippi Department of Corrections adequately protects prisoners from physical harm at the hands of other prisoners at the 4 prisons, as well as whether there is a suicide prevention, including adequate mental health care and appropriate use of isolation at Parchment? Do you hear anything in that investigation about how many people we have in prison, or whether we're not going to send them to a hospice?
Well, Senator Hill, I know you and I have worked on things, and I'm sure you would agree with me that when these investigations take on, that they have a way of going beyond what is in a press release issued by their press department. We're already paying funds for the Olivia Y lawsuit. We're already paying funds. We had a consent decree with the mental health. I actually think I know for one, probably Chairman Hobson would be happy that we avoid any further lawsuit settlements that we have to. So if nothing else, it's being proactive to try to get there. And again, it was done on a peer report. and again, this whole bill was suggested by the Criminal Justice Task Force, Oversight Task Force 2021 that presented to the Judd B. Committee. So I think what we're trying to do is make some policy here that will benefit the state and the inmates. And I understand there's one person in the House who may have some concerns about Medicaid or whatever, but that was being addressed over there.
So you think our Medicaid match, if we move them in these places, will be less than the $80 million that we provide? Because, you know, we've changed our Medicaid technical bill to cover every treatment under the sun. And that's another concern of mine, that once we get them under full-fledged Medicaid, that our match for these inmates might be well more than $80 million a year for our state match. I mean, has anybody calculated that based on everything that Medicaid is now going to cover?
Yes, it's been shown by the calculations that it will save money. If nothing else, we're not getting any from anybody. That's $80 million. That's $80 million, and I'm just extending it out. That's $80 million that we can't spend on teacher pay raises, that we can't spend. We're paying for the inmates who are sick and infirm. And so it allows us to do that. And as far as the Medicaid tech bill, you have to talk to Chairman Blackwell. I would disagree with your assessment of that we're covering everybody under the sun. What I would say is that we're covering the ones that
I'm saying more than the minimum services. We've always covered more than.
But that's from 1962 that's been the case.
But I guess my last question is, who would make the final decision as to which inmates participate in this program? Who would be making that? Would that be MDOC, the parole board, or who would actually make that decision?
Okay, well, as when it passed originally, it's the same language that the parole board makes the decision under the guidelines that we've laid out. Can't be sex offenders, can't be violent offenders, can't be that. And also in this legislation, in the conference report, it says that the Department of Corrections and the Department of Health will make regulations jointly to govern these.
Okay, I guess my last question, if for some reason, I know people that sometimes you think they're going to die and they don't, they get well. So if they get well after they've been put in one of these hospices on parole, are they going back to jail or are they going home?
Well, it's parole, so they're paroled to that facility. Okay, they're paroled and that's where they go.
So if they no longer need that care, they go back into the civilian population, correct?
These are medically frail individuals, and it's defined in the legislation. And you asked that question when we first did the bill, and I said the same thing, that it goes to the parole board, and these people are terminal. They're not going to go back.
Look, I know a lot of people that have been told that they're terminal, if they're still alive years down the road. That was just my concern, is that they're permanently paroled, basically, once they enter this program. I guess that's my question.
Well, then I would say, then talk to the parole board, and Steve Pickett, who I understand has been reappointed, talk to the parole board. They're a full-time board. They get paid full-time salary. They work hard, and let them know of the concerns, because they have encouraged us to do this. They want to see this done.
I understand that. I just have some technical questions as to how this thing's going to work. And I think you've answered most of them. So basically, if they're paroled, even if they get well. So thank you.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
The original bill dealt with reentry and establishing a rehabilitation workforce program. And Section 3, starting at line 184, and also lines 216 through 219, deals with hospice care services. So that's my point.
And your point was, Senator?
Yep.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah.
Someone interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the original bill dealt with reentry and establishing a rehabilitation and workforce program. And in the conference report, starting at Section 3, line 184, and also lines 216 through 219, deals with hospice care services. So my point is that it's adding new sections that was not originally considered.
Did it deal with hospice care?
It deals with hospice care.
One moment, please.
May I speak to the point of order, Mr. President?
You certainly may, Senator.
This bill has been dealing with the workforce creating a new program within the Department of Corrections. And under the language as the conference report has been drafted, the Department of Corrections has the authority and is developing the regulations. So it's all part of creating a new program at the department, and therefore it's germane to what the original bill.
Mr. President, the new code sections are like 4185.3, 4311.1, 4311.13, 47.528, and 47.74. Since we've taken out the 4th and the 16th circuits. Under Joint Rule 25, Mr. President.
Under Joint Rule 25, the point of order is well taken. The bill returns to conference. Next one up, Senator. All right. I'm sorry, Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules and go to item 42 on today's.
Senator, has motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on which number, Senator?
Ask the title be read.
Which one, sir? 25? 42. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2798, broadband services provide for the participation of rate-regulated electric utilities in the expansion of.
I move that we adopt the conference report. Be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
This is the investor-owned utility language that we've been working on for 2 years. I was able to come into agreement with the House. This basically gives Mississippi Power and Entergy the ability to lease their dark fiber to internet service providers throughout the state, further expanding rural broadband. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to entertain.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator, move for passage by utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Hill, not voting. Present. President McDaniel. Present. Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, with the exceptions noted, Mr. Clerk, bill passes. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold on today's calendar item number, excuse me. Senate Bill 2874 on a motion to reconsider.
2874. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Which one is it? No, which bill, which number?
Number 21, I believe. 21, sir.
Senate Bill number 2874, residential and commercial contractors require sales tax permit from Department of Revenue for pulling building permit.
To the chairman. Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I'd like to hold two items on yesterday's calendar on a motion to reconsider.
Please proceed.
On yesterday's calendar, item number 106, House Bill 747, and item number 109, House Bill 928.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 747, work release program, authorize courts and sheriffs to assign certain convicted offenders to a while confined in jail. House Bill number 928, Commissioner of Corrections and Community Corrections bring forward various sections relating to.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for suspension of the rules to go and take up item number 41 on today's calendar.
Suspension of the rules has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 41. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2795, Mississippi Earned Parole Eligibility Act, enact.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be allowed to explain the conference report.
Recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you to this body. Before I do an explanation of the bill, I would like to thank this body for, I think this will be my 6th year, in allowing me the opportunity to come before you all and ask that this body takes a stand on criminal justice reform. Not just because it's something that I would like to see, but I would like to also see that the burden of our taxpayers in Mississippi be lifted as well. We have talked about several things in order to help working individuals in the state of Mississippi. As of recently, we even talked about a tax plan where we're going to cut the income taxes to help working people and those others. But if we truly consider to cut taxes, let's consider the monies that we spend on a daily basis with the Department of Corrections. But this bill, you all, is similar to the bill that we brought out last year, 2123. That was vetoed by the governor. After meeting from July up until yesterday with all parties involved, this is the best that we can come up with. And I've given a lot. I've compromised a lot. Some things that I really would have liked to see remain in this bill are not here. But I realize that I have to do this so that we can affect the greater good in what we are trying to do here. I refuse to allow things that I really wanted not to be in this bill to keep me from helping those that deserve the help. And if you go through this bill, Section 2 is basically the heart and soul of the bill. And so I would like to explain to everyone Section 2 specifically. Section 2 are for those offenders who are not eligible for parole in this current legislation. Those are habitual offenders, sex offenders, murderers, and that's capital murder, murder 1, first degree, murder 2, and the second degree. Trafficking and aggravated trafficking, human trafficking, any offense that specifically prohibits parole. Also, any offense to which an offender is sentenced to a life imprisonment under the provision of Section 99-19-101. And also, the offenders who have sentenced to a life imprisonment without the eligibility of parole under that same section. Here's those offenders who possibly can become parole eligible. Again, you all, this does not grant parole. It only makes individuals to have the possibility of parole. And that is nonviolent offenders, nonviolent again, who will serve 25% of 10 years, which is less. Violent crimes, which is 50% or 20 years, whichever is less. Robbery with a deadly weapon, drive-by shootings, carjacking is eligible only after 60% or 25 years, whichever is less. All of these are required a parole hearing by the individual whom the governor's office has sent over to us to confirm as those individuals to serve on the parole board. Also, there is language in this bill that gives the victims an opportunity to be heard as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that I have done the very best that I can do to help the least of these in the state of Mississippi. Again, I have poured everything I could into this piece of legislation and to get support from everyone, Republicans and Democrats, who I think like me. And I would just ask this body for once to let everyone else know that we are on one accord in trying to fix this broken system that we have here in Mississippi. So, Mr. President, I yield to any questions, and if there's no questions, then I will ask the passage of this committee report by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
I yield.
Okay. How many people in the system are we trying to impact with this bill?
With the bill, from the data that I have, Senator, we're talking about within the next 3 to 5 years, the impact of this bill is somewhere at around 3,000 individuals that we're talking about. As a matter of fact, immediately, Senator, you all know that we had some drug sentencing laws that was not really fair to individuals when they was really tough on crime, that was given 60 years for possession of marijuana or selling a little marijuana, the same thing that we're talking about legal right now. If this bill becomes law, then there's about 300 people that this will have an immediate impact on, Senator.
In the Senate version as well as the House version that came before us, there was a provision that attempted to address the U.S. Supreme Court Mueller language regarding juveniles, and the title of the section or the provision was 25 and under. Is that provision still in this bill?
That provision is not in this bill, Senator. As I stated earlier, there are some things that I really had to sacrifice that I didn't want to, and that was one of them. But I didn't want to put this body, Senator, in a position again to potentially send some legislation that was not going to be signed into law. And we know that that was one thing that the governor had said, that murder and the 25 and below language spoke specifically to murder for those individuals. Senator, this is not perfect, like I said, and if I had one, it would have stayed in here. But this is greater than just one.
So Chairman Barnett, to make sure I'm clear, that provision that passed both chambers in the House version and in the Senate version is no longer in this conference report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, the sentences with life without the possibility of parole, how are we addressing that in the bill that's before us?
Because, Senator, right now, we're not addressing those things, Senator. We're addressing those things that we know or we hope that we can start to build upon. Those are the things that we are addressing, Senator. And for instance, armed robberies and things, there is more people today in prison right now who we're spending taxpayers' monies on. Someone who armed robbed somebody for $10 and is given a 50-year sentence. Senator, how can that be good? Incarcerate someone for that long for stealing $10. These are the individuals, Senators, that we are trying to get the possibility to get parole, because there is no return on that kind of investment by the state of Mississippi.
But those people who have been sentenced to armed robbery in the system, we are providing a provision for parole for them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, based off the numbers that you've seen, this legislation is attempting to target about, you say 3,000 people over the next how many years?
3 to 5 years.
Okay.
And it may be more, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I'd like to speak on the bill at the proper time.
Speak on the bill at the proper time. Granted. Senator Norwood, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, the case management system that the bill speaks to, how strong do you feel about the case management system that's set up, which I support the early earned parole, I support that, but my concern is about once the parole board parole them, to reduce the recidivism, to make sure that we have a strong case management system in place where that the employment and all of those other necessities are available to them. Do you feel comfortable that right now between Department of Correction and the parole board, that the case management system is strong enough?
Senator, I do, and I think most of y'all have followed Commissioner Kane since he became the Commissioner of MDOC, and understand what he's doing. And this is something that's strongly supported by him as well. And also in this bill, Senator, is that we're just not going to parole anyone or give you the possibility of being paroled because of the number of years that you were there. There has to be things done by that individual who is incarcerated. They have to take advantage of all classes, all training, and all those things that are provided by MDOC for them to even be considered for this. So it's not that you just sit there and one day we just grant you or give you the possibility of being paroled. These individuals will go through drive training and other things. So if they are paroled, Senator, and working and with the case plan, then they have a better chance of staying out. So yes, sir, we made sure that those things are actually in this bill.
I mean, my concern, Senator, is not I'm more concerned about just to make sure that the individuals that are paroled, that they have a greater chance of succeeding based on the provision that we have in place, and that's my only concern.
And that was my concern too, Senator, and that's still there. As a matter of fact, the case plan doesn't start at the time that these individuals may be considered. The case plan under this will start when these individuals first enter the system versus how things are done now. We understand that there's some accountability, some other things that we need to fix, and we tried to fix all of those things in this bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barnett.
Questions? Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was some reference made by Senator Simmons to a particular code section being removed from this bill. I believe it's 972323 that had to do with the capital murder. Are you aware that code section was inserted into another bill that is actively on our calendar right now?
No, sir.
I believe it was inserted in House Bill 287, and so my concern on this, and I've been very straightforward the entire way that I've tried to listen and be very transparent on this, but it just seems to me at the end that there's some maneuvering around on code sections to keep certain things alive when a representation is being made that they are no longer alive. Would that concern you?
It would, Senator, but Senator Parker, I think you know or have known me 6 years now, and I'm being honest with you as I possibly can. I'm sure I know it can't be a corrections bill. You're talking about 287. I'm not even aware of where you are on that. So no, I'm not aware of those things. And what I have before you is what I have worked on, Senator, with no underhanded or nothing else going. This is what I worked on.
But, and no offense to you, I think the move on this actually took place maybe over in the other chamber. But that's one concern I have. And then I know this bill last year in the form we're looking at was vetoed by the governor. Have you gotten any assurances or any feedback from the governor's office on whether or not if we pass this bill it would be vetoed, or whether or not their office is good with it at this time?
Senator, right now I don't know where we are on this, but I've tried my best to meet the governor's demands, the DA's demands, and everybody that acts for this, even down to the local sheriff. Everybody has been invited to talk about this piece of legislation from the time that it was vetoed up until now, Senator. So this is everything that I've told you has been something that has been worked on with everybody.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is Senator Sparks' light on there for a reason? Okay. All right. I got you, Senator Sparks. Speak on the bill at the proper time. All right. Finally, let's go back to questions. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, as a last line of defense to some of the concerns that have been shared, is the parole board, right?
Yes.
If the parole board doesn't grant parole, then naturally the individual will not be released. Is that correct?
I can't.
If the parole board doesn't grant parole, then the individual would not be released, correct?
That's correct.
Tell me how this bill changes the present practice of how the parole board works.
It doesn't change the current practice of how the parole board works. All this bill does, Senator, is giving individuals who would have not had the possibility of being eligible for parole that opportunity. That's all this bill does. It guarantees nothing. It just guarantees the possibility if certain things are done, then they might have the opportunity to be paroled. That would have to be determined by the parole board and MDOC.
Under the present practice, a certain number of the parole board have to vote to parole the individual. What number is that?
4.
4?
Yes.
And this bill will not change that? It still keeps it at 4?
Yeah.
Okay, 4 of how many?
5.
So 4 of 5 would have to parole the prisoner, correct? Okay. Those parole board members, just so I'm clear, they're appointed by the governor, correct?
Correct.
So there's political accountability there, correct? There's political accountability there, correct?
That's correct.
If he appoints people to the parole board that are not consistent, doing their job the way they're supposed to, then he would pay presumably a heavy price, correct?
That's correct.
The same for the body here, the Senate. We have to advise the consent of those numbers, right?
That's correct.
So ultimately, it's still the parole board's call, correct?
Yes.
And 4 or 5 have to agree, correct?
Yes.
And if they don't go down that route, then naturally the politicians would still pay a political price, would they not?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Any further questions? All right, Senator Hill, I believe you were first to ask to speak on the bill.
First thing I want to say is we've had a lot of times that the Justice Department investigation has been thrown up as a reason for passing any corrections reform bill, whether it has anything to do with what the bill does or not. The Justice Department is not investigating sentencing reform at all. They're investigating what's going on in the prisons and the conditions in the prisons, and I think Burl Cain is doing a very good job of correcting many of those issues that we've had, and which have been some terrible issues. When these bills come to the floor, these corrections reform bills, since 585 passed, I've had a very hard time figuring out what these bills actually do because they change so much. Code sections are added, taken away. So my point is I had an outside attorney look at this bill to try to tell me what it actually does so that I will know what it actually does. And that's what I would like to share with the body today, what this bill actually does. Whether you are agreeing with that, that's fine. I just want to share what this bill actually does based on people that are a whole lot smarter than me that have analyzed this bill. Senate Bill 2795 provides parole eligibility to violent and habitual offenders. Under current law, persons convicted of violent and habitual offenders are not eligible for parole. That's been the law since 2014 in 585. Senate Bill 2795 does not adopt a requirement that nonviolent offenders serve a minimum of 25% of their sentence and violent offenders serve a minimum of 50% to reach parole eligibility. Senate Bill 2795 caps the 25% requirement at 10 years and the 50% requirement at 20. So whereas currently they have to serve 25% for nonviolent and 50% for nonviolent, this bill reduces that to 10 years, lowers the 25% to 10 years, and lowers the 50% to 20 years. Senate Bill 2795 does not require violent offenders to serve a minimum of 50% of their sentence before eligible for parole. Under 2795, the 50% rule is reduced for those who have committed the most serious and violent offenses, lowering the 50% requirement to just 20 years. Senate Bill 2795 provides parole eligibility to armed robbers, armed carjackers, and persons guilty of drive-by shootings after serving the lesser of just 60% of their sentence or 25 years. Offenders who commit violent crimes with a firearm should not be granted eligibility for parole until serving the vast majority of their sentence. That's my opinion. For the first time, Senate Bill 2795 offers parole eligibility to habitual offenders. Under existing law, if an offender commits 3 separate nonviolent felonies, the offender must serve the statutory maximum for the third felony. 2795 incorporates the proposed amendments to Mississippi Code 99-1981 in the CR for HB 796. HB 96 adopts a 15-year look-back for nonviolent habitual offenders. In other words, 3 felonies must be committed within a span of 15 years. If a 15-year look-back is to be adopted, it must exclude all time that the offender was incarcerated or on supervised release. Finally, this parole eligibility is to be applied retroactively to persons currently serving time as a habitual offender, but 2795 does not state how many years the habitual offender must serve before being considered for such parole eligibility. Thus, SB 2795 would immediately make all habitual offenders serving a prison sentence under 99-1981 eligible for parole. And the other thing that I could say is I believe the governor will veto this bill, because I don't believe that this is what the governor's office had agreed upon that they would sign. But I just wanted you to have an explanation of the bill. And if the governor vetoes it, I guess we're going to have to be prepared to whether or not we're going to override a veto that reduces violent criminals from 50% to 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I started to ask a question, but I can't question someone who's not here. I also can't ask a question about a bill that's not before us. If you will seek and search in 2795, you will not find habitual language. Do not let the word habitual bother you, no matter how many times habitual is said about this bill. 796 was the bill referenced. I just want to clear that up. Now, I want to thank Chairman Barnett for allowing me to work with him and the work that Brittany has done on this bill and others. And I'd like to look at the actual bill, not what's not in the bill, what might be in the bill, what somebody else might do, but I want to start over. I want to look at the fact that this is the parole section that's been around for a long time in Mississippi, and that it actually talks about someone who could receive parole. Everybody talks about percentages. The trigger to get parole is whose record of conduct that shows such prisoner has observed the rules of the department. You got to start with being within the rules of the department. That starts it. Nobody ever talks about that. When you're sentenced and you stand before a judge, you're sentenced for the deeds you have done in the past. When you stand before the parole board, the discussion is going to be about what have you done since you arrived in the Department of Corrections. Yes, your past will still be with you. Because this bill, unlike current law, gives the victim a right to be heard at a parole hearing. If it's a crime of violence, you must have a parole hearing. And the victim has a right to be heard. So let's not forget about that. Nobody is forgetting about victims. Record of conduct shows. Now it's minimum time. I know a lot of times y'all count votes. I've seen you make your little etch-a-sketch. I'd like for you to etch-a-sketch a little bit with me, because we talked about case plan was mentioned. By the way, very good question. You're supposed to get a case plan when you come in. How do you know if you've abided by the rules unless you're told what they are with a case plan? If you follow that case plan based on the results of that. Also, there's a risk and needs assessment. You remember this is called the Department of what? Corrections. Are
Are we correcting? To correct, we got to know what you came in with. Then we got to know what the problems are. That's our duty. That's statutorily our duty as the Department of Corrections, to give you a case plan and to talk about the assessment. Explain the conditions of the plan. That's in the bill. Now, we talk about the crimes. This is not a complex bill in the sense of that. If it's a nonviolent crime, the law already defines what's nonviolence, 25% or 10 years, whichever's less. Now, for those of you that are mathematicians, that means you'd have to have greater than a 40-year sentence for a nonviolent crime, a term of years to kick in. If it's a violent crime, it's 50%. There's a term of years. For those term of years, it's 20 years, you'd have to have a 40-year sentence. For 60%, which is armed robbery, carjacking, drive-by shooting, the aforementioned crimes, and I do want to talk about those, I believe it's 25 years. So each of those have a term of years. I sit in on the meetings of the DAs. I want to reference all of you to the emails you received from the Prosecutors Association. And this is what they're agreeable to. I read from their email. You all got it on March 19th as well as I did. But in the meetings prior to this, they said we're fine with 50% on violent crime, but not armed robbery. Do you realize the prosecutors told this man and myself, we'll put carjacking and drive-by shooting in 50% category? We looked at one another like, and we didn't. This man also put human trafficking as a day-for-day crime in this bill. I hope we get unanimous consent on that. Sex crimes are not touched. We were asked not to touch murder 1, murder 2. I read from theirs. Parole eligibility, MPA is agreeable with the following: 25% on nonviolent, non-habitual, 50% on violent offenders. That's MPA. Except for sex offenses, check, we didn't do that. Capital murder, check, we didn't do that. First degree murder, check. Second degree murder, check. Section 83, life habitual, check. And any other offense that specifically excludes parole release, check. One place we didn't check was armed robbery. We went to 60, but we also put carjacking and drive-by shooting in that heightened category. That's category, parole, eligibility. You don't get released. They also wanted us to do something about ERS. That's current law. We make that. That's current law. So they want us to change current law. 18 to 25-year-old offenders, Senator Simmons asked a few moments ago, we struck that. Check. That's their request. By the way, the Miller language is in 287. Don't hold the Miller language against us. That's United States Supreme Court ruling. If we don't codify that in the state of Mississippi, the Department of Justice will frown, and they should. Geriatric parole, I'm sorry, check, no change. They gave us language on geriatric parole that affected 0 people, so we just left the current law. Habitual offender, now we can talk about habitual. MPA supports little habitual, 81 habitual. Now that's not in this bill, but that's, so check, we believe in little habitual reform. I believe in big habitual reform, but they're not for it, and we're not doing it. Look at the bill we signed yesterday, 81 only. Check. G3 language, they want it stricken. That's existing law. So tell me, with what the prosecutors have asked in the meetings after calls, we stuck with our guns on armed robbery. You know why? Because we're a sovereign body. We have the right to make laws on this end of the hall and send them to the other end of the hall. And if it goes to this end of the hall and that end of the hall, it goes across the street. And then the pen. Last year, the pen vetoed. So you know what? I respect that office and the man in it. So we took the veto message. Hope you hadn't put your pens away. I got 5 more checks. While the spirit of 2123 is well-intentioned, I believe the scope of its proposed expansion has not been fully considered by all stakeholders. We did that. We brought together sheriffs from your communities, from my communities. We've talked to them. We brought in DAs. Check. We removed many of the reasonable limitations. Now, they're back in there, I can assure you. You can ask people. Check. Inmates convicted of a capital crime and sentenced to life imprisonment would get parole eligibility. The question was just asked. They do not in this. Check. Number 4, troubling that 2123 expands parole eligibility for inmates with geriatric parole. I just told you we didn't change it. Check. And violent crimes that people could get rid of on violent crimes. I'm going to come back to that one. Or drug trafficking. That's a category we forgot. Check. Still day. So that's 5 out of 6. But violent crime. But yet the DA's Association says we're okay with 50% on violent crime. So what this boils down to is we have given, and we have given, and we have given, and now's the time to choose as a Senate. Do we sign a bill that's been checked and rechecked and double checked and send over to the House and send over to the governor, and your vote determines whether he signs that or not? And I'm asking for your vote on this bill. It's the right thing to do, and it has been checked to death. I'll yield to any questions if there are.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
You have a question. Proceed, Senator.
Senator Sparks, so just what was the position of the conference of the Senate on when it related to those things as we were going through the conference process?
Through the conference process, the Senate version, we did not have it in there except for the 25 and under, is my understanding as we've moved through the process.
Right, and so just to kind of take it to Senator Hill's questions and to kind of just simplify, like you said, it was a simple bill. If you go to lines 39, okay, 40, where it says habitual offenders, you see that?
I do.
And what does that say?
No person sentenced shall be.
A habitual offender shall not be granted parole except for the big statute and the little statute, which is already law, right?
That's correct. And
okay, let's go down to line 43. Sex offenders shall not, line 45, shall not be released on parole. Is that what that says?
That's correct.
Has that been changed?
No, sir.
Let's go down to line 47, capital offenders. No person line 48. They shall not be eligible for parole. Has that been changed?
No, sir.
Has that kept the Senate position?
Yes, sir.
Has that kept the governor's position?
As far as I understand it.
Murder, line 58. No person sentenced for murder in the first degree, not allowed parole eligibility. Is that consistent with the Senate position?
It is.
Is that consistent with the governor's position?
As I understand it.
Human trafficking, line 62. Same thing?
I actually know that is the Senate's position. It wasn't the DA's position, and it wasn't in the veto message, but we thought it important enough to exclude. Exclude from parole.
Is that the bill that we brought forward?
It is.
Does that sound like the bill that Senator Hill spoke about?
I don't know who read what to provide that. I just know this also. Our leadership in MDOC has been lacking for years, and criminal indictments will tell you as much. And we're going to fault the people that are at the center because the leaders are not doing their job. Well, Burl Cain is, and I believe he needs this as a tool to continue to do the good job he's doing. And let me say something else to that. Burl Cain has filled the parole and probation officer positions. Nobody's asked about that. They just don't want nobody to have it. We've got the parole officers, we've got the probation officers, we've got the leadership, we've got the process, and I assure you we're not going to walk away from this. We want it to be successful.
And last question, to Senator McDaniel's point, if this bill passes, at any point will those doors be open automatically?
The people that are eligible only are eligible to go.
So the parole board, Governor Reeves' parole board will make the decision.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wick. Anyone else? Senator Hill, did you have?
Yes, I do.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
So this bill excludes sex offenders from parole unless they're under 19 years old, correct? So if there's a 19 or 18 and a half year old.
Wait a minute, you ask a question. Let me answer. You start out with sex offenders. What you need to understand is this bill does not grant parole to anyone who has a sex offense that did not already have a parole right prior to 95. If somebody already had a parole right, we can't take that. That's that fancy word that Senator, that our chair over here uses from time to time, ex post facto. We can't take what they've earned .
Let me ask the question so you can answer it. It would make a sex offender in this bill, I don't care what was previous, but it would make a sex offender, it's underlined language in this bill, eligible for parole if they committed the crime if they were under 19 years old. So would that mean that an 18 and a half year old rapist that raped somebody's cousin or sister would be able to get parole if they were less than, would be eligible for parole if they were less than 19 years old?
I'll be glad to answer that to my knowledge. I don't think we changed that language. I think that language is already there. When we move pieces around, it's underlined. I believe what you're referring to is statutory rape, which is a rape not without consent. It is a rape of age that as you move through the teenage years.
I'm not talking about statutory rape. I'm talking about rape.
No, ma'am. That's all I understand is when you're under 19, that is talking about that 36-month or 24-month age gap between a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, that if that in fact occurred, that person would be, that is the only card, but that's existing law, I believe, Senator.
So does this bill not reduce a violent crime other than those excluded from 50% to 20 years, eligible from 50% to 20 years?
This bill gives 50% parole eligibility or 20 years, whichever's less.
Whichever's less.
In there. That's correct. That's what it offers to people who have that particular offense.
And currently, it's 50%.
No, ma'am.
No?
No, 585, while a wonderful bill, had some errors in it that never did make people with a violent crime parole. I want to talk about what the law is. We're actually operating under the Biden crime bill of 1994, which was tough on crime. And everybody talks about 85% sentencing. It's not 85% sentencing. And you used the word sentencing earlier. Sentencing belongs to the judge. Parole belongs to the parole board. And the reason it's 85% is because you could get 3.5 days per 30, I believe. My math may be off. It is because it's not 3.5, but you could get 15% under that ERS provision. So technically, we have been without parole for violent offenders since 1995.
If violent offenders aren't eligible for parole under current law, why have I had to write 3 or 4 or 5 letters to the parole board when these violent murderers in my district have come up for parole?
I would ask that to the parole board because they're not actually.
Because I can assure you they've come up for parole, and I can assure you I've written the letters.
And
so there's a disconnect somewhere.
I don't disagree. I agree.
There's a lot of violent offenders that come up for parole. So I don't know what to believe. Okay, don't get mad at me because I've written the dang letters to the parole board to keep these murderers from getting out. Okay, so I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are up for parole. Not once, but twice, but 3 times I've written a letter to the same person that shot somebody in the door of their own house and killed them. A friend of mine's brother. So don't tell me that violent criminals are not eligible for parole because I know they are. So what I want to know is what is different in this bill. Do they have to serve 50% now? Can they go to 20%? There's no way that violent criminals aren't coming up for parole. Read the stories in the newspaper on these police officers that have been shot and killed all around this state. The highway patrol, the state trooper driving the UPS truck. These people were violent. They've been convicted of violent crimes. They're out. Okay, they're out. They're out some way. But the ones that I wrote letters for have been out on parole. 2 separate murderers, one in Marion County, one in Pearl River County, that I've had to write letters to the parole board that they were convicted of murder. So they are eligible for parole. So, excuse me, but I'm just trying to figure out what's what. And I get so many different answers, and that's why I'm so afraid to vote. I don't mind letting a nonviolent offender out. I don't think we ought to keep somebody locked up forever for a drug offense. If they're not hurting somebody driving under the influence, I don't care, okay? But all this stuff is mixed up, and you cannot tell what's what or what's doing what because you get a different answer from everybody you ask, and that's just my concern. Thank you.
First of all, I'm not upset, and I apologize if I acted in such a way. I'm passionate about this bill as you are, and I appreciate your effort. You read these bills as if you are a lawyer, and you should be commended for that. In the statute, and I have to tell clients this all the time because they will ask me when they're sentenced, when am I going to get out? All I can tell them is what the code currently says, and the code had the problems. But the other thing we have to remember is the majority of these people are going to be released at some point. And I think the programming that's in place and the opportunity for parole eligibility will help the commissioner to work to reduce recidivism. And that's the goal of the parole bill, is to reward good behavior. And as I say, I call it earned eligibility. You earn it by your behavior from the time you enter the system. Thank you.
Okay. Senator, any other questions? Okay, Senator, ready for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. But before I call for a vote on this bill, I would just like to share a small or a short story with this body. The story talks about building bridges versus building fences. And there was 2 brothers who had an alt with each other, who lived on the same piece of property. And one brother decided that he did not want to talk to his brother, see his brother, have anything to do with his brother, because there was a misunderstanding over something that had happened. So one day while my brother was sitting at home, a door knocked. Someone knocked on his door. And when he opened the door, there was a gentleman standing there with tools in his hand, carpentry tools. Brother, he said, "Sir, I'm a carpenter and I need work." The brother said, "If you would you go down to the barn? For in there you will find all types of lumber. And what I want you to do is build a build a fence so high that I don't ever want to see my brother's face again." I did that much. And he asked the gentleman, he said, "Would it be okay if I pay you when I get home this afternoon?" The gentleman said, "That would be okay." So as the brother left, and when he got down there, he saw a brook. And he said, "How nice would it be if I build a fence over this brook? A bridge over this brook versus building a fence to divide these brothers." The brother returned home later that afternoon looking for this fence to further keep his brother isolated out of his eyesight so that he didn't have to deal with his brother anymore. But as he began to walk to the place where the fence was, there was a bridge. And when he walked up on this bridge and admired how beautiful the bridge was, the other brother saw his brother standing there. And he began to walk to this bridge. But what happened was, on this bridge, the one brother who didn't want to see or want to help his other brother found his other brother now standing in the same place that he was. Some of you are asking, where am I going with this? You all, when are we going to be like that carpenter? regardless of how many people are telling us in this chamber that we need to continue to build fences, the answer is not to build a fence. We have the tools within this chamber, within this state, to build bridges so that we can all get somewhere together. But if we continue to build fences and continue to keep isolated, the return on our investment is zero. Mr. President, I ask and I urge all who are here this morning in this body to vote for this bill on this morning's roll call.
Senator has moved for utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator Hill? Call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Barrett. Barnett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryant. Butler. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson of the 11th. Jackson of the 32nd. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Witherspoon. Younger. Barrett. Blackwell. Branning. DeBar. Fillingane. Moran. McMahon. Parker. Simmons of the 12th. Suber. Whaley. Younger. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, DeVar, Delano, England, Frazier, Harkins, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, Norwood, Parker, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Wiggins, Williams, Witherspoon, Younger. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Branning, Chazanall, Chisholm, Hill, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parks, Seymour, Tate, and Whaley.
Senator Suber, for what purpose you seek recognition?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I vote present.
Yes, sir. Bill passes 35 yea, 13 nay. Senator Barnett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll go to item number 37 on today's calendar.
Go ahead, you're ready. Easy, easy. Go ahead, Senator. We just have two quick things. Go ahead, Senator.
I want to call up the item number 37 and move to recommit this bill.
Motion to recommit. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also ask that we suspend the rules for number 34 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 929.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we move to recommit this bill as well.
Motion to recommit signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your work. Senator Hobson, the last two. I'm sorry, Senator Harkins, the last two.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 572.
What's the number on that, Senator?
Number 15 on today's calendar.
Motion's been made to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 15.
Motion is to recommit the bill for further conferencing.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill is recommitted. Last one. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Barrett. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m. today.
Senate stand in recess till 2 p.m. today. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Call the Senate to order.
We're on 38, which Senator Bryant is up. I don't know if he's making it up or not.
Okay, on number 38 on the calendar, Senator Bryan. Pass. Number 39 on the calendar. Pass. Number 40 on the calendar, municipalities. Municipalities. Senator Simmons, you're recognized. We're on number 40.
Mr. President, I actually call up number 40 on today's calendar, ask the title to be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2261, Perpetual Cemetery Law, revised notice and maintenance provisions for counties and municipalities.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report. I ask to explain it, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this bill is the exact same bill we passed on the Senate earlier this year for perpetual cemeteries. It's to maintain the maintenance of those cemeteries. The bill that we took up only would allow the interest to be used to take care of those cemeteries. The House had a different position. They wanted to use the interest plus the principal, and our position in conference was that we did not want to take away the corpus of these funds, and so we are allowing in this conference report to use the interest plus no more than 15% of the principal to maintain these cemeteries. And that's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for any questions. If not, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report.
Questions? Seeing none, the Senator has moved for utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, thank you. 41 and 42 were already handled. Next would be transportation. Senator Branning. Senator Branning passes on 4. Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar, we're on 45, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 44. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 45, sir.
45?
45, sir.
Senate nomination number 75, Russell Russ Latino III, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Authority for Educational Television, to represent the state at large, unexpired portion of a 4-year term beginning immediately and ending June 30, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we do advise and consent, but I'll explain that Mr. Latino came before the board, or the committee, answered all the questions of the committee. There's several questions surrounding him and his background. They were all answered to the committee's satisfaction. There is no derogatory data in the peer report, and based upon that, the committee did advise and consent, and so that is my motion. This afternoon, we advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Questions on the nominee? Questions on the nominee? Seeing none, we're ready. Senator makes a motion that we utilize the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, advise and consent is granted. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 46. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 83, Kathleen Renee Grace Willis, Carrollton, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School, authorized the board to represent the 3rd Supreme Court District, unexpired balance with the 3-year term ending August 31st, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we do advise and consent, and I'll explain that Ms. Willis came before the committee, answered all the questions, seemed very impressive, answered all the questions of the committee. There were no derogatory data in her background. She has previously served on this board and did a very good job according to all reports. And so
My motion is we do advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senators move for advising consent utilizing the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, advising consent is granted. Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction of a special guest out of order, Mr. President.
How special are they? Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate in the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce the ugly twin, the mayor of Greenville, Eric Simmons.
Welcome, Mayor. Appreciate the jobs you do in Greenville. Glad to have you here. Okay, Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Let's see, 47 to 54 retains their place upon the calendar. 55 to 59 retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Polk passes. Number 60 retains its place upon the calendar. Now, we'll go back to see if anyone wants to bring up anything on the calendar today. Senator Branning? Senator Branning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 44 on today's calendar.
We need to suspend the rules first, Senator.
Rules to go back to item 44.
Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 44. Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 2825, Mississippi Transportation Infrastructure Investment Act of 2021, create.
The motion is that we recommit the bill.
Motion made to recommit the bill. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill number 20, Senate Bill 2807.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Number 20, which is House Bill 2807. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2807, alcoholic beverages, restore provision restricting areas in which manufacture, sale, and distribution are authorized.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in prior year bill where we did some when we ended prohibition for the purposes of possession, a section was accidentally deleted out that was not attached to possession, and what this bill does is aims to correct it, and that's all the bill does. We passed the bill. I think the House just put a reverse repealer in it, so this would fix a problem that would basically allow permit stores anywhere in the county, and that's not what we intended to do, so this fixes that problem. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, the Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Will be voted no? No, Frazier? No, Frazier. Anyone else? Walker? No.
No.
Branning? No. Chisholm? No.
This is a good thing.
Norwood? No. Anyone else? Sampson Jackson present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes with the negatives and presence noted. Okay, Senator Harkins, one more. And we'll go to Senator Blackwell. Mr.
President, I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 21, 1 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2874.
Motion is to suspend the rules for item 21. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to call that title up and have the title read.
Title, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2874, residential and commercial contracts require sales tax permit from Department of Revenue for pulling building permit.
My motion is that we reconsider the vote by which this bill failed.
Motion is to reconsider the vote by which the bill failed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
One of the things I wanted to explain in this during the discussion earlier, currently right now, when a contractor performs any services on a house in the state of Mississippi, they are required, if it is a service that is required to pay sales tax, they're required to pay sales tax whether they are an out-of-state contractor or an in-state contractor. If somebody buys material from another state and brings it into Mississippi and does work on your residence and is supposed to charge sales tax, they're supposed to charge that sales tax regardless if they got their product from another state. So I had a call with Department of Revenue to clarify that, but I'll give you a personal experience. I went to our neighboring state to do some construction work, and the first thing I had to do was to go register with their Department of Revenue. And so what this bill aims to do is to not make anything more difficult. It's go online, you fill out a form online like you're filling out to get an employee identification number. But our contractors in our state are subject to sales tax on certain jobs that are performed, an electrician, a plumber, a roofer. If they come and if they provide materials and labor, they are required to charge you sales tax, whether they're from Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, Alaska, wherever, it doesn't matter. If it's a job in Mississippi, it's required to be sales tax to be paid. This is not going to hinder somebody from doing your roof. What happens is these people come in from out of state, they undercut our local contractors. So your constituents that are in the contracting business, whether it's electricians or plumbers or whatever, when somebody comes inside the state, they're not going to tell you, hey, I'm not going to pay your sales tax so I can cut the cost 5–10% and undercut your folks. Your constituents that are subject to sales tax, they have to pay it every month. On every job, they're subject to an audit. If these people that come in undetected can do the work, get paid, and leave, nobody knows who they are, nobody knows what they're doing. And so this is an effort just to level the playing field. It's not a onerous thing. It took me 5 minutes to get online and make the application, went to Louisiana. So I don't think it's anything that we're asking that's going to hinder anybody from having any work done on their house. This is just going to help level the playing field for folks that are working in Mississippi and providing a service to our residents. So that's kind of an explanation. I'll be happy to take any questions anybody has on the subject. But if not, I would move passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I'd like to speak.
Speak on the bill. Senator Parker, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that explanation. I think that answers a number of questions. One other concern I have, having had natural disasters in my area and that kind of thing before, are you aware of situations where you might have a contractor come in and do work that's maybe not perfectly done, and then have trouble getting in contact with that contractor in the past? Have you ever had or heard of a situation like that?
Yes, I have followed up on numerous jobs where that's been a problem. And, take for instance, a couple years ago when the hailstorm blew through Mississippi and it basically wrecked houses from Clinton to Brandon, through Jackson, Pearl, and Brandon. Companies from Ohio, from Pennsylvania, from Wisconsin, from all over the country descended on Jackson and the surrounding areas and worked for about 2–3 months and then split town.
Right.
And so I guarantee you there are a lot of people that if they had problems with their houses, there was not a person here to come back and check on the job, or there wasn't a person here to see about the problem that they were having.
And so in the end, on that situation, if you had that happen, say you had a poorly installed roof, for whatever reason we talk about this on this bill, and the contractor was somewhere else and you could not get in contact with him, you couldn't reach him, who in the end would have to pay to replace that roof because we had someone come in here and do poor work?
The homeowner.
The homeowner. And so do you see that provision in here being something that we're trying to protect the people in our area?
Well, we're trying to protect, it doesn't prevent somebody from coming from out of state and getting they would have to get a sales tax number, because when they did these jobs, they would have to charge sales tax and remit it like our in-state contractors do. But it's not going to prevent them from one day deciding, okay, I'm pulling my operation up and going back home. I don't want to make anybody think that this is going to provide some warranty safety. It's not. That's ultimately going to be the decision of the homeowner who they choose to pick to roof their house. I mean, look, when you ask people that are in this industry, if there's a hailstorm in Louisiana or Oklahoma or whatever, I mean, there'll be ads on the radio, use local contractors. If you have a problem, at least somebody locally will come back and fix it. And people, will try all the tricks in the trade to act like they're local. It's a problem, and ultimately the homeowner is going to have to decide who they pick to do the repairs on their home. But this is just going to make where the contractors that are coming in are not undercutting our contractors, and they're paying the appropriate taxes that are already on the book. This is not something we're adding a tax.
Right.
This is a tax that is currently in law, currently in place, and our contractors are required to pay it. So if anything, I understand the concern about, I need to get the work done on my house if there's a natural disaster. Absolutely. And I think in the past we've relaxed laws, or we've done things to help people get through those times. But this is about creating a fair playing field for our in-state contractors that are subject to all these taxes, and these out-of-town folks come in and don't do it.
Right, so they are using, in this example, that advantage to jump in line ahead of our in-state contractors.
I think it's being used to
make it more
price.
fair. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Williams, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm understanding you right that now if we have a natural disaster and subcontractors come into our state and they do work, they're required by law now to charge sales tax.
Even in the course of normal events, they're required to. If you do services in Mississippi that are defined as taxable services, you're required to pay a sales tax. So for instance, if you call me to come over and do some electrical work or whatever, and I'll come over and do it, I'll charge you a bill with sales tax in it. If you roof your house, if I come over and bring the material and the labor, and you're $10,000, I'm gonna put $10,000 plus 7% sales tax. Now, I wouldn't pay sales tax when I purchase the material, because that sales tax number is going to get you a material without sales tax. But I pay sales tax on the entire job. That's what is in current statute right now. And so what's happening is our contractors are doing that, but you'll have somebody who'll come in town and go, well, I'll do it for just $10,000.
So what's happening now is out-of-state contractors are coming in and working fraudulently.
They can't. Now, there may be some that are doing right and are abiding by the law, but when you have a disaster, when you have something go on that a lot of companies are flooding into the state, this is a problem.
Understood. And this is just one more mechanism to cause accountability for the contractors by having the sales tax number in order to pull a permit.
Correct. It's just trying to level the playing field, so to speak, where our contractors are doing this on a day-to-day basis, and it makes it a little more difficult when you got somebody that's not doing it, but providing the same service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, under some circumstances that I know it's right that we should protect everybody should pay their own tax. But in the case of an emergency, a hurricane, a tornado, whatever the case may be, you got some people out there who whole house blow away or home blow away at the very bottom of the economic level, who want it fixed as quick as they can. And some of these fly-by-night person that comes in from other areas, certainly it's a poverty community, they will fix it for much less than a contractor. Well, it's very difficult to get contractors now to do adequate work. So that poor person is going to be without a shanty or a shack for 2 or 3 days and maybe a week because she can't get the contractor we're talking about. But somebody comes in and says, well, I'd do it tomorrow. And they're going to select a person. Now, that may be wrong as the standards goes, but you're looking at a person who has nowhere to stay without a roof and has not a lot of money to pay for a roof to be put on. How do we deal with such circumstances as those?
Well, Senator, obviously if somebody's house blows away, they're going to be rebuilding a house, so they wouldn't.
No, I'm not saying it blows away. Blow the top off. It doesn't have to be blown away.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said it blew away.
No, sir.
Well, obviously, people are going to do whatever they're going to do to get by. But in the normal course of events, you still have people coming over and conducting construction activities on a daily basis when there's not an emergency. You have people that are coming over that are performing services in Mississippi on a regular basis that require sales tax to be remitted. Our contractors are doing it.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, in an emergency situation, are people going to use somebody, whoever they can find to fix it? Absolutely.
That's the situation I'm talking about.
Well, I think people will do it. And that's as in the normal course of events, people are going to do whatever they got to do to survive. I get it.
Yeah. What would happen under those circumstances as reference to the law?
Well, by the law, if they're doing a service that's supposed to be taxable, they're supposed to remit payment. Are they going to catch everybody? No. And will you get your house fixed? Probably. I mean, it would take an inordinate amount of human beings and eyes around to go catch everybody that's breaking the law. There are a lot of other laws that are being broken that we're probably more concerned about, especially in a natural disaster. But I think if you set the precedent that if you're coming to Mississippi and you go pull a permit, then you need to have a tax ID number if you're not a domiciled contractor from the state of Mississippi.
Well, I was just thinking the poor person that would be in that predicament, not the person that does the work. Would that poor person that be in that predicament by needing that roof?
I imagine they're going to go get their roof fixed.
You would suggest that they go in and get it fixed?
I'm not suggesting. I just imagine that's what they'll do. I mean, they'll do whatever they got to do to survive. I mean, I don't know. It's everybody's going to have to look out for themselves, I guess, in a natural disaster. Everybody's trying to take cover and do what they can do to get by. Whatever they're going to do, they're going to have to do.
I know it, but there are circumstances out there like that, and usually these people come in that would violate the rules or the law would flock to those person, and that person in need, and so you got a situation where that does occur. But I didn't want that person who had no roof on his home to be responsible for that when they couldn't do any better.
Well, if they hired somebody, they're not going to be responsible for it. That's the person that puts it on.
Well, in the first person you can get when you're under those circumstances, what I was looking at.
The individual wouldn't be responsible for it, the company would.
All right, thank you.
Questions? Any other questions? Senator Seymour, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr.
We yield
President.
for a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under standard, when an emergency is declared by the federal government, like we have with our hurricanes, FEMA and several other federal agencies, we're exempt from some of this protocol, right?
I believe so. I'm not specific sure of what's exempt, but I know that they try to make
waives
exceptions.
their rights underneath this. I mean, there is some protocol to where you have a little lack. They've laxed it a little bit. My other question for you is: would you give us an analogy of just what the 7% average, as far as somebody's normal roof, the amount of variation it would make between somebody that comes in from out of state, say on a 30 square roof?
Well, if you had a roof that cost you $10,000 to replace, material and labor, and you're supposed to pay 7% sales tax on it, that's $700. If you have somebody that's going to charge you $700 less on a roof, that's $700 in your pocket.
Okay, any other questions? Senator Hill, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
had a bill come through here the other day that MML was adamant that we were not going to have a provision in this bill that did anything to deter their ability to require a license for somebody to do work in their city. So we already require somebody to pull a permit and get a license to do work. Many times, just like I've tried to get the medical mission bill passed through here so that people can come and give charity services to people for health care, dental, spay and neuter. We've never been able to get past that hurdle for people who are wanting to come in here and not have to go through all the red tape to just provide charity. Many times people will come into this state and try to help somebody. Many times, if that person is required to go through all these hoops to be able to come in here and try to help somebody put their place back together, you know, it just makes it harder for them to do the work that they want to do. I think maybe sometimes we need to look at the tax policies that we already have in the state of Mississippi. We don't need contractors' prices being driven up. They've gone up 3 or 4 times in the last 6 years, in the last 6 months. So my concern still is the fact that whenever we need somebody to come in here and work and help us out, this just puts another roadblock in the way of it. Just to me, it looks like an anti-competitive piece of legislation, but you know, it's just my opinion. But I live in a hurricane zone, and I'm extremely concerned about putting another layer for somebody in here to come and put a roof on a house.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I respect Senator Hill's, we've had conversations about this, and I understand it is difficult if you live in an area that either hurricanes are a common occurrence, or even if you live in the north part of the state when you have a tornado come through. She and I differ on the view. I see why she may think it's anti-competitive, but I think it's anti-competitive right now. Our contractors are required by law to pay it, and you will get fined and you will get sent a nice letter if you don't. And for out-of-state contractors to be able to come in and do it without paying that, I think it is anti-competitive. So we're just trying to make it to where it's level. But obviously, if you know, and I'll work with her in the future to look at how we've talked about taxes and how construction-related activities are taxed. That's something we may need to look at as well. But I think this does protect not only the homeowners, but it does protect the state contractors that are out there working hard, trying to earn a living, and the folks they've hired trying to keep work in front of them. So that's pretty much it. If there are no other questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator, no other questions. Senator, let's move utilizations of the morning roll calls. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Hill, Suber, Tate, McCon, I got Hill already. Jordan, Blackman, anyone else? Turner Ford, Branning, McDaniel, Sojourner, Chisholm, Jackson, R. Present, Frazier. Frazier, present. Butler, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, while they add those up, and the bill passes. All right, on the calendar, back on the calendar, I think Senator Hill had one. Would you grab Senator Hill, please? One moment. Yes, Senator Hill, you're recognized. take up a bill out of order.
Like to suspend the rules and go to item 60 on the calendar and have title read.
All those in favor of suspending the rules, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Go to 60 on today's calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 93, Charles William Bill Cook Jr., Oxford, Mississippi, Information Technology Services Authority, term effective immediately for the unexpired balance of a 5-year term ending June 30th, 2022. Vice Alan Lane.
Thank you. This is a nominee that was brought through AET yesterday for a position on the IT Services Board. He went through the committee. We spoke to him through Zoom. There was nothing in his background that would prevent him from serving on this board. And if there are no questions, my motion would be to advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Okay. Advise and consent by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Advise and consent is granted. Thank you, Senator. Anyone else on the calendar? Anyone else on the calendar? We're waiting for some corrections bill to be typed, and it will be, we anticipate approximately 1 hour. So I will recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. We stand. Subject to call of the chair. send it to session. Senator Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we stand in recess until 5:30 today.
Motion to stand in recess until 5:30. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Call the Senate to order. It's 5:30. Mr. Clerk. All right, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for unanimous consent to make changes to the bills from yesterday, the appropriations bills. I think I mentioned to you that we knew some corrections were coming. Most of these are by way of technical matters. And I'm going to have a copy of the unanimous consent request, but there was a Hancock County Board of Supervisors in the DMR bill that should have been the South Mississippi Planning and Development District. Numbers were in the DHS bill, there was a $222 when it should have been $447. Also in the Department of Transportation bill, there were several projects that were worded wrong, including one in Kemper County, Lauderdale County, a road, Turner Road 381, a word where it said street and it should have been school. Hobel-Achita was spelled wrong. In the Department of Public Safety bill, we referred to the deficit bill instead of the transportation bill at 1 and 2 points, so those had to be changed. In the DFA bill, there was a change. The bottom line number was wrong. In fact, it was way off, but the projects were the same and the money that had been accounted were the same, but when they were doing the accounting, they didn't add up many of the numbers that were included, so it showed a total number of $98,775,987. It should have been $138,629,87. And those changes are referenced in 3 different places. No additional money. It's just that the numbers were put down incorrectly. There was another place where a 5 should have been a 4. I'm sorry, 4 should have been a 5. There was a reference to a Shannon, Mississippi project. It should have been 300,000. Should have been 300,000. It was 400,000. And that the other 100,000 should have been in Brewer for a community center in Brewer. There was also a place in Amory where the windows was spelled or was titled wrong. The flooding control project in Rankin County. Again, all this is wording. There's no changes to any of the bills. One of them said City of Leakesville. It should have been Town of Leakesville. Scuba, we had 2 projects, the same project in Scuba. Also in Mathiston, we had 2 projects listed, the same projects listed twice. In Lee County, the volunteer fire department, it should have said that they're purchasing the land and they can use the funds for any facility and ground improvements. There was a change relating to some upgrades for renovations in a community center. In the Chickasaw County Courthouse repair should have been the Houston. There are 2 courthouses in Chickasaw County. It should have been the Houston Chickasaw County Courthouse. We also had the VFW in Eupora in there twice, so we deleted one of those. Also, I mentioned the Brewer project. That was going to be $100,000 for Brewer. There was a technical correction to the George County intersection with Highway 98 and Old Highway 63. National Guard should have been Mississippi Military Department, and the clean water should have been the local government and rural water in that bill. And finally, in the DA bill, there was a reference to an airport and port and hangar. It should have been port and harbor, and flood control and or drainage was in the Forest Heights project in Gulfport. That's an explanation of the changes for the various bills and appropriations, and my motion is for unanimous consent to make those changes.
Any questions? Any questions? Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Senator, thank you. Senator Hobson. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking for unanimous consent to make some changes to Senate Bill number 2971.
Unanimous consent has been requested. Seeing no objection, it's granted. Please proceed.
I gotta read it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go through the explanation. I'm sorry. I cut you off there. Pardon me.
On lines 7,826, delete the language from Vardaman up to the period and insert in lieu thereof in the following town streets, and amend the title to conform on line 174. On line 8,020, delete the language from Calhoun up to the period and insert in lieu of thereof the following town streets, and amend title to conform on line 177. And on line 12,112, change Byram Clinton to Hines. On line 12,123, change Byram Clinton to Hines, and amend the title to conform on line 252. On lines 14,232 and 14,243, insert reform before Sturgis, and amend the title to conform to line 296. and also adds 2 sections to one of the projects for the Department of Environmental Quality was left out. This was for a $2.87 million bond request to allow them to put it into the Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund. That is the fund that communities apply to, and they can pull down a federal match for wastewater projects back in your district. So they get I believe it's a 5-to-1 match, but there's federal money that they can pull down, and that's what the money would go to. That is my unanimous consent request for Senate Bill 2971.
One moment, Senator. I think we got it up here. I'm going to flip the page, Mr. Carls, please.
Ask for unanimous consent.
One moment. Second page, please. Let them see the second page.
Oh.
Then you got one, then, okay, and then you got, yeah, that's all, that's just, you can just say amend the title to conform.
Excuse me, Mr. President, there's one more thing. It's amend the title to conform by inserting the following after the semicolon, line 545. And this is to authorize the bonds in the amount of $2,870,000. And on line 26,698, change section 137 to section 139.
137 to 139, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Carlos, have you got them? I put them all up on the screen here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also ask unanimous consent on the House and Senate to make the following changes to the conference report on House Bill number 1091. This is the light spirits measure we passed, and it also, what happened was House Bill 572 that we've actually recommitted, they reference each other in the bill, and we're trying to make them conform. So we're going to, instead of both of them referencing each other, we're going to have House Bill 572 is going to rule over House Bill 1091. And so on lines 447, 448 deletes, and House Bill 572, 2021 regular session. On line 447 before Senate and add and on lines 1,127, 1,128 delete and House Bill number 572, 2021 regular session. And then it also amends the title to conform. That's an explanation of the unanimous consent request.
Okay, any questions on either one of those? Any questions? Seeing none, unanimous consent has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye. No, just granted. I'm sorry, it is granted. I apologize. All right, let's see. Senator Hobson, you're done. Senator Harkins, you're done. Okay. Senator Blackwell, I believe, is next. One moment, please. Okay, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 6:15.
6:15. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. We got half an hour.
Oh, you have yours? Okay. We're gonna go back to an item on the calendar.
Call Senate session. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 43, Senate Bill 2799.
Senator made a motion to suspend the rules. Seeing none, no objection, you're granted. I'm sorry, it's all in favor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to call up item number 43 and ask the title be read.
43, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2799, Mississippi Medicaid Program, make technical amendments to reimbursements and administration.
First of all, to the body, I want to apologize for the delay. I think this is the 6th version of the conference report that we've worked on. We've changed a few things from the original version of 2799 when we first passed it, but I want to go over a couple of the big changes. We deleted the 5% assessment that on providers, community mental health centers, ambulances, dentists, DME. We put a lot of extensive transparency and audit and review requirements on the managed care folks. We've put in language for a uniform credentialing of providers, and we set time frame for denials of claims and appeals by the managed care folks. Some of the things that we lost in the during the negotiations, and probably the biggest thing and biggest disappointment for me was the loss of the postpartum care for women. So that's been stricken, and also bariatric surgery. But one of the things we went and did, we restored the hospital crossover claims. We put in language to increase reimbursement for dentists above. They're already going to get a 5% bump with by removing them from that 5% assessment. We're also going to give them a 5% bump for years 22, 23, and 24 for preventive and diagnostic dental services. Again, we put in a lot of language, a lot of restrictive language as it relates to credentialing. Put some timelines on the MCOs. They have 60 days to credential someone. If not, and the person has nothing in the record, they are automatically credentialed. And that's probably the biggest changes in the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Okay, we'll start with questions. We'll start with Senator Boyd. You're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator.
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator Blackwell, isn't it true that the majority of maternal deaths that occur are during the postpartum period?
That's correct.
And the experts that testified before your committee repeatedly this summer believe that extending this coverage during the postpartum period would help save lives in the state.
Yes, it would.
And
actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just Mississippi's number one. We're number one in infant mortality in this country. We have a little over 9 deaths per 1,000 births. We're number 21 for maternal mortality. We have 22 deaths per 100,000 on maternity. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Senator.
Well, in line with that questioning, I just saw a report from the March of Dimes of Mississippi, and I believe the average preterm birth in Mississippi is costing us around $58,000, and we know from our friends at UMMC that it is not infrequent to see those costs span up to $1 million on preterm births. Is that?
That's correct. And had we had this in place, or actually not having this in place, it's cost us over $3 million in additional care.
So, and the Senate advocated, can you explain to us, the Senate advocated for this and the House, I believe?
Yes, ma'am. The Senate did advocate for it. That's how it passed out of here. But unfortunately, over on the House side, they didn't have the appetite for it. When we originally filed the bill, we had the clause in Section 115, which deals with eligibility. During the committee report, we put it in 117 because we realized it's really a service that we're providing. And so it was going to be held on a point of order over on the other side.
Senator, thank you for your efforts, and I thank your conferees for your efforts in trying to see that we get this through.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition?
For a question.
For you for a question, Senator.
I'll yield.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Blackwell, first let me commend you on the hard work you put into getting this technical amendments bill in the shape that where we sent it over to the House. I know it was a result of a lot of hard work, a lot of hearings, a lot of research on your part, a lot of study, and I think you're to be commended for that.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask some of the same questions that Senator Boyd asked, but since she's already asked them, I won't. Can you tell us about the provider reimbursements and where we are with that?
About the provider reimbursements?
Yes, sir.
Well, we've increased the, there were several groups that had a 5% penalty, basically, or withhold, and we've restored those folks. We've made we increased increasing the dental by 5%, and that was something that the division was going to do, but we're just making sure they do it. They were going to administratively do it. We're just holding their feet to the fire. And as far as physician services, they're to be paid at no less than 90% of Medicare. And we did not, in the Senate version, we had taken away the crossover payments for hospitals. We've restored that.
Can you tell me where we are with the home care assistance?
We didn't do anything negative to those folks. And in fact, in nursing homes, in immediate care facilities, we originally were going to cap them. Since the patient's not there, we were looking at capping them no more than 50% of payment, which would basically cover their administrative cost or their fixed cost, and reduce the days. We ended up going back and restoring that. We did not make any cuts there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
Please proceed, Senator McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your hard work on this. And we met in the hallway a few minutes ago, and I told you I still had a couple of questions. And you told me.
I didn't see your car out there now.
Right. I guess I want to start with the cost. I recognize there was some point of order raised for the House, and some of the provisions that left the Senate are no longer in this bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so do we know basically how much extra the changes we make this year are going to cost, let's just say as compared to last year?
I'll just have to go back to our original bill. When I presented it, we were talking about maybe 19 million additional in cost.
About 19 million in state dollars?
Yes, sir.
How much total taxpayer dollars?
I'm sorry?
How about total taxpayer dollars? That is federal dollars as well.
Well, I guess we get, we're 84% FMAP, so whatever that works out to be.
Roughly 80 or so?
So yeah, I think it was around 40.
Okay, okay. Those cost increases, what do you attribute that to?
Well, the increases would have been for the care, the postpartum care for the women and for bariatric surgery, some of the things that we had it in the Senate bill, which have now been deleted.
Okay. Right. It's been deleted, so they're not in this bill.
No, sir.
So
they're
we
not in any bill.
So we don't have to assess, we don't have to be concerned about incurring those additional costs.
That's correct.
Gotcha. There have been rumors this year throughout the Capitol of a talk of a commission. Have you heard those rumors, a commission that would attempt to usurp the power of the governor? Have you heard those?
I heard those rumors, and as you notice, I didn't mention it because that's not included in the tech bill.
I wanted to be clear that that is not in this bill, correct?
That is correct.
That was a House position, as I understand it, not a Senate position, right?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. I just want to clear up a couple of things. I think that you would agree with me that Drew Snyder, whose gubernatorial appointment, is doing a tremendous job at the Department of Medicaid, is he not?
I think he has. He's been very responsive to my request.
Any idea why the folks in the House would try to usurp the governor's power with a commission?
You'd have to ask a House member. I don't know.
I understand. I'm looking forward to that conversation next year, as I understand it. That goes to my next point. Usually in these bills, the repealer is, what, 3 years?
It is. And our repealer was initially one. It's 3 years in this bill here.
Is it back in 3 years?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So can I have a deep sigh of relief that perhaps next year that Medicaid expansion is not something I should be concerned about?
It's not something I'm running with right now. I do plan to have some hearings again this summer, maybe a little more extensive in terms of taking a look at how we should provide health care in Mississippi. I want to engage Senator Bryan to join me in that, because I think we also need to talk about the health plan, certificate of need issues, and some things like that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Hill, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Just a friendly question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Senator Blackwell, I know you have worked very, very hard with this. My question is, I have a couple of questions. The first one is, there was a news release that came out, I don't know, a week or so ago about the Attorney General's office in Mississippi investigating the pharmacy benefits side of Medicaid. Is there anything that's changed in this bill with regard to pharmacy?
The only thing that we put in is to do a study, take a look at pharmacy as far as the possibility of carving them out to a separate managed care provider. And we're also going to do a study for the dental folks as well.
So there's 2 studies in there to look at those separately?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you looked at the historical cost of Medicaid over like the last 8 years, where it was maybe in 2012 and kind of where it is now?
No, I've not gotten into it.
Peer has those numbers, and I have them somewhere, but I do know that over a period of about 5 years, that the Medicaid cost per head increase was about 27%. And that was a number that Elbow could not even get a hold of until I got Peer to tack it down. But do you know how much Medicaid has increased year over year from FY19 to FY20? Do you know that number?
No, ma'am. Do you share it with us?
According to Peer, it's 3%. And 3% of that budget's a pretty good bit, wouldn't you agree? Year over year?
3% is a lot, but there's other costs. You got to take a look at enrollment, just what services are being
Well, the
provided.
study I got Peer to do was cost per head, so it had nothing to do with enrollment numbers going up or down. It was the cost per person. So you divide it out by the number of people you got in Medicaid, and it increased 27% in about 6 years. So I guess that's what my concern is. If you look at the numbers that managed care is pulling down, would you be surprised to know that in FY19 they pulled down a total of $3 billion, $11,446,200 in FY 2019, and that went up about $100 million in 2020 from one year to the other. Do you know if our enrollment went up that much to justify $100 million in increase in FY 19 to 20?
I know our enrollment has gone up, but I have not looked at those figures.
Well, I just wanted to see if you had these figures and be glad to share them with you, because apparently everything we've done has not stopped the cost of Medicaid increasing. I mean, just looks to me like when managed care took over on a historical scale, looks to me like costs went up over what they had been escalating over the period of time before we had managed care. So I guess that's my concern is, we do everything we can to try to save the state money and try to give people decent reimbursement rates so that they will take Medicaid. But I guess my question to you is, let's sit down maybe and look at these numbers and dig into this pharmacy deal
I'll be happy
and
to.
see, because I mean, I don't know, Medicaid was a certain percent of our budget when I came in, and it's a whole lot more percent of our budget now than it was then. Of course, you know, part of that was Obamacare made us absorb about 150,000 people at that time, but aside from that, the cost per head has gone up, so I guess that's what I was going to ask you, if you're aware that it has gone up at that clip.
Yeah, I'm not, but I'll be happy to sit down.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator McMahon, did you have, for what purpose?
I have a quick question.
Question for you, Senator. Will you yield?
I'll yield.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
Thank you. Senator Blackwell, what section deals with the accreditation companies? The conference report on the computer is not the one that you're sharing here.
Are you talking about for the physicians?
For the companies that authorize, or for the companies that do the accreditations of the programs?
You're talking about credentialing?
Yes.
Well, all three managed care companies operate in states where they have single credentialing or unified credentialing. So if you look on line 118.
That's what I'm asking. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
118?
Correct. And actually, it goes back further to 1094 is the start of the section.
That's where it starts. Okay. Did anything change on these?
Well, it's all new language. It's all new language.
Right. But the credentialing agents are companies themselves. Did anything change on that?
Well, they go through a credentialing process. They use a number of outside companies to check the credentials on the physicians, and I don't know who those companies are.
Okay.
And actually, it hasn't even been established yet because we have to pass the bill to put that in place.
Okay. I know you've worked hard on this, and I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't have a copy to go over it. I apologize for that. Thank you for taking my question.
No problem.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Thank you. I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Pardon me? I didn't see her light. I'm sorry. Senator Hill, I did not see your light before we vote.
I just had one more question.
Senator, will you yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Okay.
Being that the conference report that's on the computer, I don't think matches what you're going over, does it?
It should.
It should?
I'm referring to the conference report we filed. It was section 6. It's line 1094.
So do y'all know if this is the right one? Okay, I think this is the right I think this might be the right copy. Okay. I just wanted to know if anybody could actually read what was actually in the bill. I know we hadn't had time to read it.
I've read it about 6 times today.
I bet you did. I bet you read it 6 times today. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Senator Hill, thank you. Other questions? Other questions? Now I think we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senators, move past the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? McDaniel, no. Anyone else? Hill, no. Okay. Chisholm, no. Sojourner, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call with the no votes as noted. Mr. Clerk. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of the conference report on House Bill 119, which is item 27 on today's calendar.
One moment, Senator. Okay, Senator. Senators move to suspend the rules to go back to item 27 on today's calendar. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 119, Harper's Grace Law, extend repeal on authority to research and dispense cannabidol, CBD oil for medical purposes.
I move adoption of the conference report, and I would ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. This House Bill 119 is Harper's Grace Law. It basically all we need to do is extend the repealer on authority to research and dispense CBD oil. And the reason we're dealing with it now, this was the vehicle, if you remember, that we put the medical cannabis bill in. The House, for some reason, didn't think they could get a majority vote on that, so they stripped the language and sent it back. So I certainly don't want that bill to die. So if there's no questions, request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, senators requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none. Matter passes. Thank you, Senator Blackwell.
Mr. President, if you don't mind, could I have a point of personal privilege?
Please.
Putting this Medicaid tech bill together has been an interesting challenge, I guess. Senator Wiggins, I certainly appreciate what you went through. Senator Bryan, what you've gone through in the past, and Senator Kirby. I want to thank the folks who helped, the committee, all the members that showed up. We had 4 days of hearings, over 22 different providers coming in. I want to thank Sam, Bob. I can't tell you how many drafts we've gone through this. We've got an excellent staff of attorneys here. But the person I want to thank the most is Anna. Now, I don't know, Mr. President, I think that probably the best thing you did was to assign us individual attorneys to work with us. And Anna has been just tremendous help. She collates, she does Excel spreadsheets, collates those, gives you all the pros and cons of the bills. Has just done an excellent job, and Anna, appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of the conference report on House Bill 1312, which is item 38 on today's calendar.
Senators move for suspension of the rules. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read them.
House Bill number 1312, State Board of Cosmetology, extend repealer on.
I move adoption of the conference report, and I'd like to speak on that motion.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the motion.
The repealer on the Board of Cosmetology came up this year. So there was introduced in the ordinary course legislation to extend the repealer. Meanwhile, there was a lawsuit pending involving some minor things which the State Board of Cosmetology had been regulating. I'm informed and believe it to be the case, the State Board of Cosmetology, all things considered, agreed to stop regulating those things. And the representation was made that that would either solve the lawsuit or go a long way toward solving it. That was the situation when this bill was referred to the Public Health Committee on February the 16th. I was told that it was necessary to make some technical changes to this statute, and that we should wait to get word from the attorneys as to how the statute should read. So we did, and we got information, and the committee reported out a proposed committee substitute, or a strike-all amendment, I should say, on the 24th of February. Intentionally, I allowed that bill to remain on the calendar for a while so that that version of the strike-all amendment could be reviewed. And indeed, it was found that version of the strike-all amendment was not properly prepared, and the attorneys wished to have another version. So that version, as you may remember, was taken up on the floor of the Senate and considered as a substitute for the committee strike-all, and we adopted that version of the bill with the understanding that now the bill was technically correct, the Board of Cosmetology was happy, and the lawsuit could be settled on that. On the 17th of March, the House declined to concur in this amendment. I had thought they would, but the understanding it was to me was there was another matter not really related to this. There was something about including, and so the House invited conference, not because of any problem with the language, but to see if this other matter could possibly be included in the conference report. On March the 23rd, a vessel named Ever Given was going through the Suez Canal. Somehow, as I understand it, had a mishap, became wedged in both banks of the Suez Canal and shut down the entire canal. On March the 23rd, or 25th rather, we filed a conference report. This conference report did not include the matter that was suggested, and it did not go back to the original language, but indeed, there was another version of this language which was agreed upon by the Board of Cosmetology and the lawyers that would settle the lawsuit, and it needed to read in this certain fashion. So therefore, we filed the conference report with that language in it and adopted the conference report on the floor of the Senate, only to be informed immediately after doing that that indeed that language was not properly drafted and it would be necessary to recommit for further conference so that the technical language could be properly prepared in accordance with the wishes of the State Board of Cosmetology, both sides in the lawsuit, and resolve this matter for further consideration. On the 27th of March, the second conference report, the one that's before you, was filed. And indeed, the language is now changed again, but we are assured that the language in this particular conference report is exactly the language that is desired by the State Board of Cosmetology, that's blessed by all the lawyers, and will effectively settle the lawsuit. On March the 29th, the Ever Given was freed from its perilous situation in the Suez Canal. It was moved down the canal's open, and the Suez Canal is now operating properly. And so today I have before you the second conference report, which is under consideration now, once again with assurance that this is in the proper form. As I understand the change to existing law is to say that cosmetology does not include persons whose practice is limited only to performing makeup artistry, threading or applying or removing eyelash extensions, and that a person may perform a combination of not more than 3 of such practices. I don't know how they're counting to 3. Not more than 3 of such practices and still be exempt from this chapter. That is the heart of this bill, as I understand it. And there's also assurance that the word aesthetics is limited only to performing makeup artistry, threading or applying or removing eyelash extensions, and that one may do 3 of those things. So that's the conference report. If there are no questions, I'll move adoption of the conference report.
Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I suggest use of the morning roll call on adoption of the conference report.
Senators move for use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator, bill passes. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mr. President, the staff has asked for immediate release of the conference report, and I, for one, am particularly anxious to have this conference report released, so I make that request.
Seeing no objection, it is granted, Senator. Thank you very much. Anyone else on the calendar for today? Anyone else? Seeing none, any announcements? Any announcements? Senator Norwood, you're recognized for an announcement.
Mr. President, when the Senate adjourned today, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Mr. Freddie Bernard Johnson. He's the uncle of our own Anita Jackson. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Bryan, you're recognized for an announcement.
Mr. President, when we adjourn, I would ask that we adjourn in memory of Dr. Richard Hollis, Amory, a good friend who passed away yesterday. Dr. Hollis and Dr. Wendell Stockton, who, by the way, delivered me, at least that's what I'm told, formed P&S Clinic partnership in Amory back in the 60s, which is in existence today and has operations in Columbus and Starkville in addition to Amory. So I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Dr. Hollis.
Thank you. Senator Butler, you're recognized for an announcement.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, when we adjourn tonight, I would like to adjourn in memory of Andre Wide, who was a coach in the Cleveland County School System in Port Gibson, Mississippi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. Would the Senate join me in welcoming back Senator Fillingane? We're glad to have you back, Senator. Welcome home. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask unanimous consent on item number 43, Senate Bill 2799 for immediate release.
Seeing no objection, immediate release is granted. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until the last conference report is filed, at which time the Journal will reflect we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.